Good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly this afternoon. This is the afternoon of the first day of October, the year being 2025. And we are glad to bring you this live broadcast. And this is made possible through the partnership between the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the highlights in the order of business this afternoon is the consideration of the fifth report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. This motion is by the Chairperson Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. And the National Assembly will be adopting, or the mover of this motion will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the fifth report of his committee. This is the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of state corporations, namely the National Social Security Fund, the Kenya Maritime and Fisheries Research Institute, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The debate on this motion was already concluded upon for the better part of last evening. And what remains is for the question to be put. Remember, during the debate, our dear viewers, members of Parliament delved deeply into the findings by the committee, with some recommending that some of the state corporation bosses who have aided loss of public monies be prosecuted. According to the members of Parliament, the House cannot just sit watching as the public resources is diverted for selfish interests. And some members of Parliament also urged the committees, these critical committees being the audit committees, to not only just provide reports, but equally provide or recommend stern warnings that should be taken against the culprits. Let's now move to other matters before the National Assembly this afternoon, where the House will be considering the seventh report on examination of financial statements on against selected state corporations. The consideration report on the examination of financial statements for Water Sector Trust Fund is also lined up for consideration this afternoon. And the other motion is the consideration of the sixth report on examination of financial statements for selected state corporations. This being a different cluster of state corporations from the one I mentioned, and this one include the Agricultural and Food Company Limited, the Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. This is among the report that members have taken keen interest, and the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly known as NGO Coordination Board. So the debate on these three motions has already been dispensed with, and what remains is for question to be put for members of the National Assembly to agree with the finding of the committee, which is in form of the reports tabled before the House. But away from that, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2024 by the leader of the majority party is lined up for consideration this afternoon. We will be having members of Parliament at the National Assembly debating the various amendments proposed to the Intergovernmental Relations Bill, this being a bill originating from the Senate. The consideration of sessional paper number 2 of the year 2025 on privatization of the Kenya Pipeline Company, KPC, is coming up for resumption of debate this afternoon. The Chairperson, Joint Committee on Consideration of Sessional Paper on Privatization of Kenya Pipeline will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of his committee on privatization of KPC. and that the House approves Sessional Paper number 2 of the year 2025 on privatization of KPC, and as well as makes resolution as contained in the schedule in the order paper in regards to the privatization of this entity. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers this afternoon. He is the Speaker who will be presiding over the business of the National Assembly beginning now. So kindly allow me to hand you for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao hajasawa msikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, well done today. We are starting the House with quorum. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a petition regarding recategorization of Savo East and Savo West National Parks. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta, Honorable Anzeli Mwadime of P.O. Box 114280304 Wundanyi, calling for classification of the Savo East and Savo West National Parks as national reserves. The petitioner states that the 11th schedule to the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act categorizes the Savo East National Park and Savo West National Park as national parks with total coverage of 11,747 square kilometers and 9,065 square kilometers, respectively. Honorable members, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta avers that the current categorization of the two national parks denies the county government of Taita Taveta the opportunity to protect and maintain the biological diversity and its associated resources. The petitioner claims that the current classification of the two national parks is discriminatory to the people of Taita Taveta and contrary to the provisions of Article 27 of the Constitution, as other counties collect revenues from their established national reserves. Honorable members, the petition asserts that Taita Taveta County is eager to harness the resources within the Savo region, excluding wildlife, whose management and protection it is willing to leave under the exclusive mandate of the Kenya Wildlife Service. Additionally, the county expresses readiness to develop policies and strategies aimed at enhancing the management and revenue generation from the parks. The Speaker of the County Assembly further avers that the current categorization of the national parks has not allowed the county government of Taita Taveta to benefit from the revenue share collected by the Kenya Wildlife Services, KWS. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, the petitioner seeks the intervention of the National Assembly to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act by recategorizing national parks and national reserves in the 11th schedule of the Act so as to enhance conservation efforts. Honorable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House and are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. On the same note, Majority Leader, I've received about 3, 4, 5 letters from petitioners protesting the delay in finalizing and communicating the outcome of their petitions. Is Karemba in the House? Karemba, as the chairman of the Petitions Committee, Public Petitions Committee, I call you out and direct the Majority Leader to sit with you and furnish my office how many petitions are pending before your committee and how long they have been so pending and how soon you'll be able to clear them. I know you are new in the committee, but you should now change the manner in which you prosecute your work. Thank you. Mashako?
I wanted to indulge you, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether I can make a comment.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to say thank you to you for acceding to the request by the Taita Taveta Speaker, Acting Speaker, Honorable Anselim Chao, to table that petition to this House. I just want to make a short 2 minutes.
I didn't table the petition, I presented the petition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for presenting that petition on behalf of Taita Taveta. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this petition is at the heart of the people of Taita Taveta. We have been addressing this issue in many different forums, but this is a time, Honorable Speaker, that this House is now seized with this matter, that we are looking at an opportunity to have Savo East and Savo West managed by the County of Taita Taveta. This will address very heavy historical injustices that have happened. We know, Honorable Speaker, that other national game reserves, counties like Narok and Masai Mara, they're able to collect up to in excess of 3.6 billion shillings, money that goes to their people. But when it comes to Taita Taveta, Honorable Speaker, we have 62% of our land is under Savo. Yet we do not raise even a single shilling does not come to the people of Taita Taveta. So, Honorable Speaker, this matter is grave, this matter is serious, and we are saying that we know recently the President had proclaimed that we'll be getting 50% of that share of revenue, but I know the Line Ministry has not done anything so far. And he had also recommended that we get 40% of the employment to people of Taita Taveta. That has also not happened. So, Honorable Speaker, where we are left, we have not where we are now is to demand that this, the Savo East, Savo West go back to a game reserve so that now the whole of it becomes the asset of the people of Taita Taveta. We can raise our own revenue, we can do our own conservation and many other things. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment on this matter.
Thank you. Karemba? Yes, Karemba?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the benefit of this House, Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the committee, as newly constituted, has moved with a lot of speed and has expedited on quite a number of reports. And only last week, Honorable Speaker, I was on the floor of the House and tabled up to about 5 reports. The progress is good, but Honorable Speaker, as you've directed, we will sit down with the Majority Leader and I will be able to update the House and you, Mr. Speaker, on the progress that we have made. But my assurance to this House and to you, Mr. Speaker, is that the newly constituted committee has very dedicated members, and the members will start seeing a lot of progress in the reports and in the petitions that they have presented to this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Karemba. Please try and, citizens come to this House because they have trust in your ability to resolve their issues. And they come to this House because they don't want to go to court. They believe you can give them better justice. So do so. Yes, Bowen, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say something about the petition. Mr. Speaker, I've had the petition from the Speaker of Taita Taveta County Assembly about the national parks and consideration of decasseting into a game reserves or the national reserves. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Committee of Petition to look into that petition very carefully, Mr. Speaker, and if possible, if they can propose a legislation to this House, Honorable Speaker, so that we have a legislation which guides our national parks, because our national parks, Honorable Speaker, are our national treasures. And if you check, Mr. Speaker, that is where our source of revenue, especially from the tourism, comes from. So that, Mr. Speaker, we don't have the petition from the Taita Taveta County today, and next week we have another petition from another county hosting a national park, so that we have one policy, we have one legislation, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to decassette all our national parks to counties. Maybe you can check it into how the revenues from these national parks can be shared between the national government and the county governments, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Karemba, you process. Yes, is that Nabi? Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to accord myself with what my colleague who has just been on the floor has said. But, Mr. Speaker, why you find this issue very critical at this time is that in some of the parks or some of the reserves, they contain minerals. And the resident communities are not benefiting from those minerals. So we require a policy, we require a legislation, we require a standard. The way you treat Mount Elgon should be the same way you will treat Taita Taveta, the same way you will treat Kakamega National Park, the same way you will treat another one in another part of the country. Otherwise, it becomes very, very unequitable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ndaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same issue of the parks, as we speak, we lost somebody in Ganze constituency through the menace of elephants from the same Tsavo National Park. As members from Coast Parliamentary Group, we have been forced now to actually organize ourselves. We're in the process of having bows and arrows to go and chase those elephants because KWS has not been able to address that issue. We've raised it before. We've seen the minister, we've seen the CS, we've seen the PS. Now what is remaining is for us to go and physically deal with that menace. So the issue of the national parks just goes beyond the county government of Taita Taveta. It also spills over to Kwale, destroying farms, killing people, Kilifi, the same. So please, any honorable member who would want to join us on 18th, please, we have enough bows and arrows to deal with those elephants. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope you are aware that possession of bows and arrows is a criminal offense. Yes, Parashina?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to support or maybe just to contribute a little bit about the petition. But Mr. Speaker, it's good to understand that the issue that the serve on Taita Taveta County is petitioning on the issue of to do the revenue or what they get from the national park. Mr. Speaker, I also come from area with national park, that's Amboseli. Amboseli is there's a process of coming to be a game reserve managed by the county. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we need to check is that in the interest of the entire country, every area is totally checking and seeing that the collection that is being done or being obtained from the national government is not reaching the local communities and the county government. So we support that petition, but we need to look as legislature on what needs to be legislated. We need to see how can we check on the law governing the issue of parks, which are categorized as national park, and those ones categorized as game reserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those of you who have issues, go to the petition committee and present them. Undanyi member, you have a petition to present? Mwashako?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My petition is regarding delivery of original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, it just got lost.
Mwashako?
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
If you have difficulties with technology, use hard copies.
Yes, regarding delivery of original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the licensed ministers of faith from Taita Taveta County, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that Article 45 of the Constitution of Kenya recognizes the family as the natural and fundamental unit of society, which must be recognized and protected by the state. In giving effect to this provision, Parliament enacted the Marriage Act 2014. That the Marriage Act 2014 recognizes the five systems of marriages, namely civil, Christian, Hindu, customary, and Islamic marriages. Section 50 of the Act establishes the Office of the Registrar of Marriages and empowers the registrar to appoint marriage officers at national and county levels. That on 3rd September 2004, the Registrar of Marriages published a notice in the National Daily newspaper directing licensed ministers of faith and gazetted marriage officers to comply with the new procedure for the submission of marriage certificate as provided under Section 53 and 57 of the Marriage Act, Cap 150. That the notice in part required that all licensed ministers of faith submit to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi all marriage certificates already conducted and in their custody within 30 days from the date of the notice. For marriages conducted from 1st September 2024 onwards, the marriage certificates and other relevant documentation be scanned, uploaded, and the original document delivered physically to Nairobi within 14 days of the celebration. And original marriage certificate to be delivered to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi within 14 days of the celebration of marriage. 5, that despite the constitutional requirement under Article 10(2) of the Constitution, which lists public participation as a natural value and principle of governance binding all state organs, state officers, and public officers when making or implementing policy, the licensed ministers of faith were never consulted on the new policy directive. That the implementation of the policy has placed an unnecessary administrative and financial burden on licensed ministers of faith, who now are compelled to travel to Nairobi to submit original marriage certificates, thereby making the officiating of marriages in religious settings unnecessarily costly and cumbersome. 7, that requiring the physical delivery of original marriage certificates from all counties to Nairobi undermines the constitutional principle of devolution and decentralization of services, and may deter prospective couples from exercising their civic right to marry. That further, the policy shift has led to congestion at the Registrar of Marriages Nairobi office, creating opportunities for unethical practices, including attempted bribery by individuals seeking to expedite service. That attempts by licensed ministers of faith to engage the relevant authorities for a review or reversal of this policy have not yielded any positive outcome to date. And that the issue raised in these petitions are not pending before any court of law, constitutional body, or any other legal institution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, one, recommends that the policy requiring licensed ministers of faith from all counties to physically deliver original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi be revoked. Two, recommends that the licensed ministers of faith be allowed to submit original marriage certificate to the Registrar of Marriages within their respective counties, with county officers bearing the responsibility of forwarding the documents to Nairobi, and make any other recommendation it may deem appropriate to address the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray, presented on their behalf by myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Karemba, within 60 days, you bring the findings of your committee. Furnish with the petitioner, bring to the House. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. Actually, this is the first day of the month of October, Honorable Speaker. So celebrate. The year is ending. Afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of 1, Kenya Accreditation Service, 2, Central Bank of Kenya, 3, Microfinance Sector Support Credit Project, credit number CKE 300401E and CKE 601001E, the National Treasury, and 4, coordinate implementation of the Population Policy and ICPD 25 Commitments Project, National Council for Population and Development. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Before the next order, allow me, members, to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Gathuthuma Junior School from Kirinyaga, Central Kirinyaga, Kamwiru Junior School from Kirinyaga, Central Kirinyaga, Nandi Students Association from Chesumei, Nandi. In the public gallery, we have Sunrise School from Embakasi Central, Nairobi, and Chulungwa Comprehensive School from Mwingi Central, Kitui. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House. I've been asked by Honorable Mulyungi, 1 minute. You can welcome your students and the rest of the students on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to welcome all the students who are here in this House to Parliament. Further, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome my own school, Kilungwa Primary School, in my constituency, Mwingi Central constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the students who are here to aspire to one day sit in this House and in future serve in very senior positions in this country. I wish you journey mercies as you go back home and pass our regards to your parents. Thank you.
Gitari, 1 minute. Give Honorable Gitari the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance, and I want to join the rest of you who are welcoming this student I want to welcome specifically the students from Kamwiro Primary School where I studied, Mr. Speaker, and the Gadodoma Junior School, which is a few meters from Kamwiro JSS. And I want to tell them, as I always tell students, they must consider themselves very lucky because, Mr. Speaker, the first time I came to Parliament is when I was elected. But they are coming to Parliament when they are in JSS. Karibuni sana, and I thank you. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have a supplementary order paper on your gadgets and in the table office. And I'll direct the reorganization of business as follows. Order number 7, questions and statements will come after disposal of orders number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 13. So note accordingly. Call out the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Naisula.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the alarming rise in cases of femicide and gender-based violence in the country. Honorable Speaker, in the recent months, there has been a disturbing surge in brutal killings and abuse of women and children. This worrying trend has been evidenced by several horrific incidences across the country. For example, in September 2025, a young woman in Narrow County was abducted and assaulted by her relatives for allegedly going against the wishes of the family in relation to her choice of marriage partner. Similarly, in July 2025, a 16-year-old secondary school student in Kakamega County was defiled by her teacher, highlighting the vulnerability of children within learning institutions. Alarmingly, cases of children being killed by close relatives have also been reported in the recent past. For instance, an 11-year-old child from Bomet County was killed by his father following a domestic disagreement, while in Tana River, 4 children were allegedly buried alive by their father as a form of punishment. Honorable Speaker, despite widespread advocacy against these heinous acts, the justice system, including the judiciary, the National Police Service, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, has failed in protecting victims and ensuring accountability. Specifically, there have been reports on mishandling of evidence on victims of gender-based violence, which has contributed to a culture of impunity where perpetrators act without fear of repercussions. There is therefore need for concerted efforts by all stakeholders, including the relevant government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and the civil society in supporting victims and raise awareness. Additionally, there is need to safeguard the right to education for children endangered by child marriages, which is a violation of human rights. Regrettably, the Directorate of Children's Services is yet to establish offices in all constituencies, resulting in delays in monitoring incidences and safeguarding children from all forms of exploitation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view of exploring possible lasting solutions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have supporters? Thank you. You may take your seats. The support is overwhelming. And Naisula, I'll allocate you to move your motion at 6 or after order number 14, whichever comes earlier. If order number 14 is disposed of at 5, you'll be on standby to move your motion. But at 6, the House will curtail business to give you an opportunity, and the motion will be debated for 1 hour. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the 5th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. 1, National Social Security Fund, financial year 2020-2021, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute for financial year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021, 3, National Hospital Insurance Fund for year 2018-2019 to 2020-2021, and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation financial year 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the 6th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the 6th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. 1, Agrochemical and Food Company Limited for financial year 2015-2016 to 2016-2017. 2, Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center for financial year 2011, 2012 to 2017, 2018. 3, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for financial year 2015, 2016 to 2016, 2017. And 4, Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly NGO Coordination Board, for financial year 1992-93 to 2006-2007. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of the report on the examination of financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the Water Sector Trust Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th July 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Shuria and your colleague, you are disorderly. Next.
Order number 13, motion. Consideration of the session of paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company, resumption of debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on consideration of the session of paper on the IPO of the Kenya Pipeline Company that was moved by the chair of the Privatization Committee just before the short recess, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a lot had been said of this proposed privatization, and what we were to consider is not the privatization process per se, but the sessional paper that proposes
to privatize through an initial public offering of the Kenya Pipeline Company. And indeed, as I was said by the chair and the second of this motion, Honorable Gikaria, Kenya Pipeline remains a very critical and strategic investment by the Kenyan people over the years. Honorable Speaker, just like we have done with other critical and strategic investments over the past years, and case in point being KenGen, KPLC, KCB, Safaricom, we have enhanced corporate governance in state corporations by privatizing them through initial public offerings. Because unlike situations where you bring in strategic investors, initial public offerings offers everybody an opportunity to be able to invest in these companies, and therefore in a big way enhances corporate governance in the management of those companies. And as the chair said, and as you note from the report that was tabled before this House in their consideration of the sessional paper, that one of the key objectives is to inject new corporate governance in the Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, Honorable Speaker, not only to enhance efficiency in the operations of the company, but also to increase its profitability. The sessional paper proposes, Honorable Speaker, to privatize 65% of the government shareholding in Kenya Pipeline, and the government will be left with a strategic 35%. And therefore, we will still maintain control, because there's no investor that will come in and take up the entire 65%. That's why I was drawing the difference between bringing a strategic investor. You probably bring in a strategic investor who will take up 65%, and therefore, effectively, they'll have control over that company. But in this case of an initial public offering, Kenya Pipeline will largely still be, the majority shareholder will continue to be the government of Kenya, even as we allow other people, including ourselves, Honorable Speaker. And probably it is high time I invited all of you and Kenyans to start saving in preparation of buying shares in this company. And I can tell you, as an investor in the stock exchange market, this will be and is a very good buy. If you look at our economy, Honorable Speaker, a lot of macro and fiscal changes have been undertaken in the last 3 or 4 years. And we have started reaping the benefits of some of these macro and fiscal interventions that have been done. And, Honorable Speaker, you look at inflation, you look at our exchange rate, things are stabilizing. If you went through, for those who cared to read the public participation report of the Finance Bill this year, 2025-2026, one of the critical things that Kenyans spoke to very loudly, and something that we have always said here, as members of parliament and those who appear on TV stations as they articulate their issues, is that government must introduce new innovative ways of funding both the provision of infrastructure and service delivery to Kenyans. And largely over the years, Honorable Speaker, we have depended largely on taxes that we raise, and Kenyans, during the public participation of the Finance Bill, loudly told us, and it is there in the report that was tabled before this House by the Finance Committee, that we must innovate new ways of financing our infrastructure and service delivery by government. And top among those innovative ways is to release part of the shareholding in some of these profitable and strategic investments that government has held shares over the years. And this is exactly what the National Treasury has proposed to do. And when the committee considered this report, Honorable Speaker, I know there were many concerns that Kenyans had raised. And many of those concerns, if you look at the report that the committee tabled, they have since addressed all those concerns, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at the recommendations of the committee, they have said that they are asking us to approve the privatization of 65% of Kenya Pipeline through an IPO, and to implement an employee share ownership plan. Because part of the concerns were by employees of Kenya Pipeline. Will they now lose value even as employees? Are there people who will lose jobs? And we are telling the Kenya Pipeline employees, many years ago when KenGen was privatized, or KCB, or Safaricom, the Safaricom of before privatization was a very small company, employing very few people. The Safaricom of today, having gone through privatization, is a behemoth of an organization that is serving not just Kenyans, but also Africans in this region and many people around the world. Safaricom through M-Pesa has become a hallmark around the world. And many countries are having to copy the innovations and technology that has come from Safaricom. And this is what comes with enhanced corporate governance when you privatize an institution like we are proposing. And therefore, the share ownership plan that the committee, which I support, Honorable Speaker, will ensure that employees of Kenya Pipeline not only maintain their jobs, but Kenya Pipeline, through enhanced corporate governance, will be able to grow into a company that even employs more Kenyans. And Kenyans all over are looking for jobs, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the right thing we can do for this country is to allow the National Treasury to privatize this company, enhance corporate governance, create more wealth out of this company, and be able to employ more Kenyans. They have also said that we must ensure very transparent valuation of the company, and I fully concur and agree. And indeed, without preempting debate, Honorable Speaker, under order number 12 or 13, Honorable Speaker, there is a privatization bill that is also lined up for debate by this House. And if you go through that privatization bill, the issue of valuation of companies that are listed for privatization, either by whichever mode, whether it is IPO, whether it is bringing in strategic investors, the question of valuation is a key consideration, and therefore even this will be no exception, and it will be done that way. Honorable Speaker, there is a very strong and very deep intrinsic link between the growth of an economy and the growth of the equity markets or the capital markets. And our capital markets today, Honorable Speaker, are doing exceptionally well. The Nairobi Stock Exchange is doing exceptionally well. And therefore, the economy, as it grows, must grow in tandem with the way the capital markets are performing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is over, I just want to implore the members, let us support this proposal, because it is good for this country. It is us who will benefit more than anybody else from this IPO, because it seeks to raise about 100 billion shillings that I see the committee is proposing that the proceeds primarily should go to settle domestic arrears. These domestic arrears relate to contracts that have been awarded in our constituencies for roads, relate to contracts that we are awarding under our NGCDF and GAF contracts, and therefore this money will come to benefit not just our economy, but also our constituents, Honorable Speaker, even as we grow our economy as the capital markets grow, Honorable Speaker. And there is no better time. There is no better time to invest in the capital markets than now. Listen to me. There is no better time to invest in the capital markets than now. If you have a shilling that you can save and wait when this IPO goes and buy these shares. And you will live to remember my advice today, Honorable Speaker, because I have a colleague here who I advised to buy some shares of a bank a few months ago, and they told me you are wasting your money. And now, as I smile all the way to the bank, they are always on my door asking me for, for something. Therefore, please, nobody should come asking anybody for anything. If you have money to save and invest in this IPO. This IPO will be the best welfare you can bequeath to your children and the people of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and ask all of you to indeed support this session of paper to allow us to be able to progress and move on and even be able to raise money for the budget process. The budget that we passed here that factored in these 100 billion shillings, and I project this money will be more than 100 billion. In my own estimation, I can foresee a figure of 150 to 200 billion. What better reward can we give to the Kenyan people than raise 150 to 200 billion for them over Christmas? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for those very clear contributions. Honorable members, allow me to welcome a group of students who are on a visit of the House of Parliament. They are seated at the Speaker's Gallery. This is Metkei Girls High School from Keio, South Elgeyo Marakwet County. This is a group of 6 top performing students from that school and from that county. They are indeed welcome to the House of Parliament to observe the proceedings during their learning tour. The Honorable Benjamin Lagat Honorable Ngeleche is around? Or somebody is blocking my view from Honorable Ngeleche. Welcome the 6 top performing students from Elgeyo Marakwet, and of course, also welcome the other students visiting. These are students from Metkei Girls High School.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to look around if I can see them. I think maybe they left or they are yet to come in. Ah, they are there. Because I just wanted them to stand. They didn't stand when you were mentioning them. I want to welcome the girls, the beautiful girls from Metkei Girls. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, they are the top performing students. Mr. Speaker, Metkei Girls is the giant of Elgeyo Marakwet in terms of education. And whenever you see these girls, know that they are A+ material, Mr. Speaker. So I wish to welcome all of you here. Metkei Girls, sky is the limit, and you belong to this house or other better institutions in future. Mr. Speaker, this is the constituency whereby Gideon Kimayo comes from, and he actually met them before they came in, and I remained here just to welcome them. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are proud of these girls because that is a school deep down in Elgeyo Marakwet County. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage other girls in their absence from Elgeyo Marakwet County that it is possible to perform and to be top students. Also, Mr. Speaker, my extension to the other students in the chamber, welcome to the National Assembly. It is possible wherever you come from in the near future, if you work hard, if you concentrate with your studies, one day, one time, you can be able to represent your people in this house or even be the president of this Republic of Kenya. Thank you and welcome, Metkei Girls. We will see each other after this outside for a cup of tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngeleche. The students are welcome to this house where we make laws, we oversight government, and we budget for the country. The Honorable Benjamin Lagat will now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the approval of...
We are not dealing with the privatization bill.
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
I am aware. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this approval of a sessional paper on privatization of Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the job well done. They have engaged the public and they have allayed the fears, Mr. Speaker, which the Wananchi heard. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think we already have very good examples of successful companies which were privatized by government of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And as majority leader said, we have KCB, which is doing very well, Mr. Speaker. It is in the hands of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we have the biggest company called Safaricom, Mr. Speaker, which has done a lot of innovations when it was privatized, Mr. Speaker. So I would even say, once we privatize Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Speaker, there will even be more innovations, there will be more services, and the company will grow, Mr. Speaker, to a level that will employ thousands and thousands of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, they say it is not a business of government to do business. So the more the government releases companies that do business, Mr. Speaker, the more it can be able to focus on delivery of services, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the proceeds from this privatization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as and when it comes, it should go into a service delivery for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, water services, Mr. Speaker. So I strongly support the approval of this privatization, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable CPA Julius Ruto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise to support this particular motion on discussion of privatization of Kenya Pipeline. And speaking from the point of my professional understanding and undertaking, Mr. Speaker, governments of the day, like any other persons who can own assets in his own capacity, has got a right at any given time to exercise his own assets and property. Most of these government assets that we have in Kenya were placed there or were established using taxpayers' money. Of course, it has been serving the purpose and the intended purpose it was meant for. Some of them was to provide services or to compete the private sector in the sense that the citizens would be able to derive services and supply of goods in a reasonable, favorable price. Some of them were established for regulatory purpose, and some of them were established for the purpose of ensuring that the critical services that cannot be provided elsewhere could still be provided for. What is being discussed here is very fundamental. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we talk now as a country, Kenya as a sovereign, we have a responsibility to manage our fiscal space. It is from that fiscal responsibility or framework, Mr. Speaker, that the country is planned, the country is developed. The country expenditure is able to be measured, to be forecasted, and to be predicted. Where we are now, looking at the level of debt liability, debt services that we have to service. If you look at our budget structure, Mr. Speaker, one of the components that is critical there is the consolidated fund service, where at the moment we are doing more than $1 trillion. It's almost 1.2 trillion. These are the money that are given first charge whenever the budget is being expended. Whether we collect nothing or whatever we collect, when you sit down as a CS or cabinet secretary to plan the expenditure, the law mandates or commands that the first charge will be to dispense the liability on the debt. What we are talking about now, Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing now in this particular scenario is a way that we want to relieve our fiscal framework that is choked, that has been stressed, that has been oppressed, allow me to use that word, because of the obligations that are maturing day in, day out. These are most of the debts that were taken way back. Development of it has already been dispensed upon. Whether they are still alive or they have died, they have already been dispensed upon. But since it is important and it's an obligation, it is imminent for any government to deduce and to look for resources to discharge that liability. So this government has that responsibility. When now it comes to a point of looking for resources, we've borrowed enough. We even struggle to borrow. Sometimes we struggle even to meet some necessary conditions to get the space to borrow, because we cannot raise our taxes looking at the way our economy is. And whenever we want to raise, looking from the VAT, looking from the income tax, it's only on timely basis or periodical basis that we're able to cover part of our budget. So what is available now is either you borrow. And if you don't borrow, what do you have? Dispose what you have to relieve yourself, have something to spend. Like any farmer who rears cattle, I'm sure there are nomads here, there are cattle keepers here, like Makelap and the rest. So when it gets to a point you want to pay your school fees, who denies you to sell your cow to pay the school fees for your child? It is value for your child to go to school, and it is your responsibility. And the resources you have is your cows. So this government has got an agenda to do. It wants to pay off some debts. It wants to develop the country, and the asset it has within its disposal, he has a right to exercise them to generate the revenue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there is something we cannot ignore. The aspect of transparency and inclusivity. Remember, this constitution has provided a mechanism for Kenyans to participate. And in this case, we want to allow Kenyans to own these primary and these prime companies. Look at the companies which went privatization, like Kenya Commercial Bank. Before that one, it was struggling. Today, as we talk, it is one of the multinational companies. You go to Tanzania, you go to Uganda, you get KCB, you go to South Sudan, you get Kenya Commercial Bank. Why? Because it was allowed to be managed and run in a private, in an entrepreneurial concept, other than in a public concept, which sometimes need not to be profit-making, but at times it is service, and it's defeated by the politics of the day. When it is privatized, the profitability aspect drives the agenda of the company, and it expands. Since my time is short, I want to support this agenda and say it is time for us, and I'm ready to buy shares. I'm really ready, like yesterday, to dispose what I have to acquire these shares. I'm very sure Kenya Pipeline will rise, and that share price will increase, and that is the wealth for me and for young people like us that we are coming up. Thank you so much, and I support.
The Majority Whip, the Honorable Silvanus Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to
vehemently support this session of paper and congratulate the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, much has been said about investment and matters to do with the stock exchange, Honorable Speaker. And I must, even as I speak and contribute, Honorable Speaker, I must really say that I am a living testimony of what such line of investment can do. Honorable Speaker, I was going through the statement sent by my stockbroker just yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and I must say that I was so impressed that something that I tried to guesswork, Honorable Speaker, just about 4 or 5 months ago, in the line of the KCB, in the line of Kenya Re, Honorable Speaker, and even in the line of Kenya Power, Honorable Speaker, the statement that I saw really mesmerized me, and really, and it's about time, Honorable Speaker, that we think through this line of, I do not know why the member for Laikipia, Honorable Speaker, is so excited. I think she will be escorting me all the way to the bank. But all said and done, Honorable Speaker, there's different channels that government must raise funds. And one of it, Honorable Speaker, is to offer an opportunity for the masses to walk alongside with them, Honorable Speaker. They say that if you want to go fast, walk alone. But if you want to go far, walk with people. Honorable Speaker, many of these corporations that time immemorial, Honorable Speaker, have been left, by people or to people, just employees, Honorable Speaker, that just depend on the exchequer, on salaries and everything to run, who just pass time, Honorable Speaker, so that they can retire at 60 and go home and enjoy their pensions and everything. That is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, most of these private public corporations are not progressing. And look at this session of paper, Honorable Speaker. What it is advising, Honorable Speaker, is that you offer Kenyans an opportunity, just like it was offered, Honorable Speaker, back in 2009. You remember, Honorable Speaker, about 2009 when Kenyans queued, along Nation Center, Honorable Speaker, to buy or to purchase, Honorable Speaker, the Safaricom shares, then were about 5 shillings. Kenyans were all over saying, we want to partake this monster, Honorable Speaker. And it became humongous over time, Honorable Speaker, when people really invested in it. So it's about time that Kenyans take some of these proposals positively. And even the members that are watching us here, Honorable Speaker, because sometimes people, you hear people say, so-and-so owns shares from this particular company, it becomes the biggest shareholder, so-and-so has invested this. Honorable Speaker, it is a gradual growth that you have been offered an opportunity. Today, the share goes at 3 shillings, for example, if it is Kenya Re. Tomorrow you get it, Honorable Speaker, appreciating it to 11 shillings. The next day you find it appreciating to 25 shillings. All that, number one, helps grow your financial strength and also helps raise money for the government or for that state corporation. And it will never fall because there are so many eyes, Honorable Speaker, that are watching. And that is why it is about time that Kenyans embrace this kind of line, number one, of investment, and number two, of raising capital for the state corporations, Honorable Speaker. I do not know why, actually, we're even belaboring the point. We should all support this session of paper. We support this privatization. We support this opportunity to invest so that we can all move together as a country and help the country and help ourselves to grow. Honorable Speaker, I invite the Honorable Jane Kagiri to help me, to move with me so that we can smile all the way to the bank out of the statement that I got from my stockbroker yesterday, Honorable Speaker, in regard to the opportunity that I got about 5 months ago. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Owen Bayer, who is the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during the Kibaki years, the early Kibaki years, when the issue of IPOs started hitting this country, that's when proper economic growth, Honorable Speaker, started. The IPO for KCB, the IPO for Safaricom, the IPO for KJ, and many IPOs, Honorable Speaker, came in. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell this House that this country raised a lot of money. There were very many IPOs that were actually oversubscribed. And people wondered where this money came from. But Honorable Speaker, it is this money that watered the economic growth that started during that time of Kibaki, Honorable Speaker. Having an IPO like this, the initial public offer of Kenya Pipeline, Honorable Speaker, is a good thing for this country. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate my leader, the leader of majority, he has to consult, but you can ask him to allow his deputy
order
to speak to the nation.
The members who are consulting by the bar, please take your seats.
Yes, thank you. So, Honorable Speaker, for this country to move forward, we have to offload these many corporations that are taking a lot of our money from the taxpayers. And, Honorable Speaker, they are producing very little. And therefore, it is very important that we start the privatization process. And the best place to start, Honorable Speaker, is this pipeline, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have for many years said that we are raiding people's payslips. We are raising taxes. They are very high in this country, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, we have to find innovative way of raising capital and of raising resources to build this country, certain infrastructure that we must have. And one of the ways, Honorable Speaker, is the IPO. And looking at the amount of money, Honorable Speaker, that we are trying to raise for this IPO, Honorable Speaker, it is time that we allow this government to offload some shares out of Kenya Pipeline, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we use that money to ensure that we develop some of the things that we must have, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the proposal seeks to privatize up to 65% of the government's shareholding in KPC via an IPO with government retaining at least 35%. And I think that is fair, Honorable Speaker. Government will still hold KPC. They'll still have 35% share. Probably, Honorable Speaker, government will still be the highest shareholder within. And therefore, we are not losing KPC, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the Leader of Majority said, we budgeted for 100 billion shillings in the budget. If we do not raise this money, Honorable, we shall have a gap of 100 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And yet, our own asset, just like you, Honorable Speaker, when you have issues, in my language, we have a saying, Mutu wakolwa ni chakwe. Mutu wakolwa ni chakwe. Meaning that which you have is which will save you at a time of need. That's what it means, Honorable Speaker. Government, yes. Now, he's telling me, the leader, that in his language, he says, Mtu hushika mbuzi yake. Government has KPC, Honorable Speaker. It is this KPC, Honorable Speaker, that government must hold on at a time like this to raise funds, to raise capital, to raise resources, to take care of the many needs that we need. Honorable Speaker, you go out there, the Coast region, for example, does not have a level 6 hospital. A level 6 hospital. Where will we get money in bulk to build a level 6 hospital?
This is the entire coast.
The entire coast does not have a level 6 hospital that goes up to Northeastern. You understand, Honorable Speaker? Now, where will we get money to do this? Honorable Speaker, we need roads. Roads that will open up the economy of this country, Honorable. Where will get, do we still want to go back to China to borrow money? Do we want to still deal with the rogue IMF, Honorable Speaker? Do we still want to deal? We have our own assets that we can dispose, get money, and allow Kenyans to own those assets. Honorable Speaker, when you hear people talk, it is as if this KPC is being given to other people. Kenyans will own this KPC. When it makes profit, the money will still come back to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, it is with these many words, Honorable Speaker, that I support the privatization of KPC. It should be offloaded, Honorable Speaker, allow Kenyans to own it, and Honorable Speaker, we make progress as a country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to be very clear from the onset, and I like what seems my colleagues are alluding to. What we are dealing here is a sessional paper. Our report on the sessional paper is not privatization proceedings in respect to privatization of Kenya Pipeline. I think people need to read. So when I hear already my colleagues jumping the gun, postulating, imagine how they build level 10 hospitals and the rest, it causes a lot of confusion. And that's why we lose the debate in a house like this. Owen Barr, being a seasoned member, should have told the country very clearly, this is a report of sessional paper that proposes. So, Honorable Speaker, number one, we need to go on record. Government has got no business in business. That is the position all over the world. Government has no business in business. Number two, privatization to unlock value is a good idea all over the world. Number three, we have had privatization process in this country that have ended well, but some have ended up very badly. And one of them is the Webuye Pan paper, where the company was sold for song by some powerful people, went and ripped off its assets and walked away. We have even a case of KCC that was sold, and it took the intervention of President Mwai Kibaki to buy it back. Honorable Speaker, another classical case of failure is being authored here today. Another classical case of plunder and theft is being authored here today. Honorable Speaker, in policy number 7, we are told there are some amorphous people who claim money out of Kenya Pipeline. We have not been told who are they, how it occurred, and what remedy was taken to punish those who oversaw the plan of these resources. You are told they're spending lawsuits amounting to 5.7 billion. Your guess is good as mine. Who are the claimants? Who are the lawyers? And who are the brokers in this matter? And who are the judges going to be bribed so that they can pass judgment early enough so that when the billions come, their first charge, they are paid. Honorable Speaker, secondly, we are being told the Zakem case. All of us who have been here know the Zakem case. They know who authored the Zakem scandal. They are walking scot-free in this country. None of them has ever been brought to book. We are stripping public assets to pay crooks who are already in bed by people who are in government at the moment. Honorable Speaker, we are told the number D, potential of loss of public funds amounting to 192 billion. Yet whoever perpetuated this, we have not been told where they are. Honorable Speaker, to sell an asset, to pay pending bills, which have not even been verified, which have been accumulated deliberately, is foolhardy. For how long will you keep on selling assets to pay pending bills and loans we accumulate every day to do non-productive activities? Honorable Speaker, and then the fear, the monopoly and the oligopoly that will come into this. Honorable Speaker, the principle might be good, but the foundation, the principles, the grounds for this privatization is all crooked process, Honorable Speaker. All crooked, all skewed to benefit a few people and leave the Kenyan people poorer than they were. And unfortunately, I stand to oppose. The rest can do whatever they want. I just want to go on record that it has been known there has been a sober voice who stood for the people of Kenya. Thank you.
As the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal. No, there is also ethnic and regional balance in Parliament. Let Honorable Nyikal speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this with extreme caution. The principle of selling assets and making them private so that they are run in a private way and not by government is good. However, in our circumstances, if you look at a summary of the sessional paper that is put, that actually attached to the order, to the supplementary order paper, the whole thing is actually going to rely on what the Commission of Privatization does. There are a lot of questions that has been put what it should do. If you take number 7 that Honorable Ondo has been talking about, if the Privatization Commission does not actually clearly say what he said in part 7, the pending bills, some of them are actually lawsuits. So we may actually be getting money to pay lawyers and we do not know what these lawyers were defending. Some of them are in what is involved in this ZACM. We are not quite clear what really happened in those ZACM lawsuits. And if you look at what this summary says in 3, is that actually this is a strategic company. So if it works, it's fine. Should it not work, then it actually will be a disaster to the country. What does pipeline do? It is actually the transportation and the storage of oil. Oil is what the country actually runs on. In our transport system, if oil is not handled well, you are done. Whether you are transporting people, whether you are transporting goods. The next is industry. If you don't manage this issue well, and the transportation, the storage oil goes wrong, all our industries will literally collapse. So another one is actually power. We still generate a lot of power using oil. So we are actually talking of the privatization of literally what we live on. And the whole thing is actually in the hands of the Privatization Commission. That is what this parliament is doing today, handing it, what I will call the welfare of the country, into the Privatization Commission. I don't see what we have put in place to actually protect us. So we'll believe that the commission that we have put in place will actually look after us. If it doesn't, you are in trouble. We have had problems before. Look at the Kenya Railways. Actually, maybe some of this is advice from maybe the World Bank and so on. We were advised to liquidate the properties of the Kenya Railways so that we could actually resuscitate it. It has taken years and years. It is now that we are trying. Some of us may not even realize that at one point, the Kenya Railways owned more property in this country than even the government itself. So I support this, but there's caution that we have to really look at it very carefully, what the commission does. But it needs to also need to know that it will make Kenya Pipeline run properly. What happened in, say, I'll take the example of the depot in Kisumu. The loading is so skewed that exporters actually can take so much time that the local retailers don't even have time to get the fuel that we need. So I agree, I support this, but this caution we must take into consideration, and the Privatization Commission must know what it is taking this country into. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, before you make your contributions, let me welcome students from Kithimani Primary School, Yatta constituency, Machakos County, who are in the National Assembly this afternoon in the public gallery to observe our proceedings. You're welcome to the House. What is the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to raise under Standing Order number 95, considering the immense contributions on this debate, and also the next agenda also talks about privatization. I wish to request that the mover is called to reply. Yes.
I will order, honorable members. I'm the one presiding over the House. I'm the one presiding over the House. Honorable Mwengi Mutuse will make his contribution, and at the end of his contribution, I'll put a question for a House decision on what has been raised by Honorable Marianne Keitany, because that is what our standing orders say. Yes, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we may be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, before I make my few points, allow me to disabuse some of the notions that have been put across by some of the colleagues that I respect a lot who have spoken before me. The very respected member, Dr. Aundo, seems to sensationalize this issue just because there has been cases in the past that have failed. And those sensationalism seems to stem from generalizations that are not particularly supported by the facts of the proposed privatization. Dr. Nikao, also a very respected colleague, with the caution to urge that you cannot also drive anticipating an accident. Mr. Speaker, as I say so, privatization is not a new phenomenon. It is not an invention of the broad-based government. It is not an invention of William Ruto. It began in 1992. And we have statutes, the Privatization Act, that speak to this, that have been legislated upon by this parliament. And like has been said before us, there are many cases of successful privatizations. And for that reason, and looking at the mood in the House, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the point of order by Mary Ann Keitan, that because of many of the contributions appear to be similar in support, that, yes, I am with us. Yes, I am with us. So that if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, that the mover may be called upon to reply and that we are given a chance to contribute in standing order number 14. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. This decision is yours to make, not the Speaker's. Honorable Marianne Keitan, standing under standing order number 95, has requested that a question be put that the mover be called upon to reply, and I so do. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Yes, so mover. For those who wanted to talk to this matter, the next motion will be about the privatization bill, and we can elaborate more on those ideals. Yeah, mover, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to reply, and first allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the House. Under your able leadership, I also wish to thank my co-chair, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy, and indeed all the members of the two committees for the dedication and support they have demonstrated throughout the consideration of this report. Honorable Speaker, it's our expectation that the National Treasury will undertake the listing with the highest degree of transparency and integrity. We further urge that deliberate measures be put in place to ensure that ordinary Kenyans have the opportunity to participate in this IPO. These include effective marketing, accessible public communication, and affordable financing mechanism that empowers citizens to acquire shares. In this way, we will promote equitable ownership and ensure that the benefits of privatization are broadly shared across the nation. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Let those who need to take their seats do so. Honorable Soro, you will take your seat. You'll take your seat. I know the work you are doing is for the House, but now we take our seats and we make decision. Yeah, so honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Energy and Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the proposed privatization of Kenya Pipeline Corporation Company Limited, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th August 2025, and 1, approves sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, and 2, makes policy resolution as contained in the schedule to the order paper. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. So would the majority leader approach the speaker? Yeah, call order number 14. Next order.
Order number 14, the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, second reading.
Mover. The leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, it's important to note that this is a very critical legislation or legislative initiative that presents a very conscious recalibration of our approach as a nation to the privatization of state-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, as you correctly alluded to, even the order that we have just concluded on order number 13, those who have not had the opportunity to contribute under this bill is also an opportunity to say what we may have to say about the privatization of state-owned enterprises. This bill is a direct response to constitutional and public governance imperatives and reflects lessons that we have learned from recent judicial determinations concerning the previous legal framework, Honorable Speaker, because as members you remember, we did pass the Privatization Act of 2023, and Honorable Speaker, the Privatization Act of 2023, which intended to replace the older Privatization Act of 2005. And when we intended to modernize our privatization process, the act was challenged immediately. We passed it in court by a judgment that was delivered on September 24, 2024, in the case of Katiba Institute and others versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others. The High Court declared that the Privatization Act of 2023 was unconstitutional, null and void. And the court found that Parliament had failed to conduct meaningful public participation and had undermined constitutional values of transparency, separation of powers, and legislative oversight, especially regarding sensitive decisions to divest state assets without parliamentary approval. And therefore, the decision restored the legal environment to the status quo that was there, therefore reverting to the 2005 Act. And this bill, therefore, Honorable Speaker, seeks to address the issues that were raised by the court. And indeed, I must take this opportunity to thank the chair of the Privatization Committee, the Honorable Shurie, and his committee for the very meticulous work that they put in to ensure that they addressed each and every of the issues that were raised by the court, and especially around the issue of public participation. And this bill has been drafted in a way that it bridges all those gaps that were identified and lays a very good foundation for a constitutionally grounded privatization framework for the country to move us forward. It once again establishes the Privatization Authority, as was there in the 2023 Act, as a professional and independent body tasked with advising the government on privatization matters, and also preparing proposals for privatization and overseeing the implementation of such privatization processes. Unlike its predecessor, or the Bill of 2023, This bill enshrines robust parliamentary and public participation safeguards, restoring the National Assembly's oversight role, and reinstates the requirement for parliamentary approval, not merely executive notification, before any privatization process can proceed. Honorable Speaker, that is very critical because one of the issues that the court, many Kenyans raised, and even those who went to court, was on the question of public participation, which I have said was adequately addressed in the processing of this bill, and also the issues that have been raised in terms of the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature, and especially the question of removing the oversight role of parliament in terms of privatization matters. And therefore, this bill is restoring those powers to the National Assembly, that any privatization process in this country will not be a mere notification to the National Assembly of the privatization program by the executive, but they must seek approval from Parliament, and therefore it is only Parliament that can approve privatization processes because, as was said even in the previous proposal, Honorable Speaker, under Order number 13, this is a matter that touches on divestiture from public investments and public assets, and therefore the people's representatives have a role to execute. Honorable Speaker, that is what now this bill is doing. Honorable Speaker, the current legal framework for privatization, as I said, is anchored around the Act of 2005, which became operational in 2008. And many of you remember 2008 was before the promulgation of the new constitution. And therefore, the Act as it is today does not address critical constitutional principles under the new constitution. And we have therefore worked, and I must thank the committee again because they ensured that this bill is in tandem with the 2010 constitution, unlike the 2005 Act, which is not in tandem with the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, another key strength of the bill is the emphasis on transparency and inclusivity. As I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, there were issues raised on inclusivity of the public in matters privatization, in the matter that was in court. And the bill is now mandating consultations with affected stakeholders during the preparation of privatization programs, public gazettement of approved programs. Therefore, you must engage with the relevant stakeholders. If, for instance, you want to privatize a company or any state corporation, you must engage with the stakeholders in that industry beforehand. And also gazette, in the public gazette, the approved privatization programs and publication of key details of completed transactions. It's not enough to just notify people that we intend to privatize this and that state corporation. You must engage with key stakeholders in that particular sector. And also post the privatization, you must come back and report to the Kenyan people the details of the completed transactions. And that's what I was saying, even on the IPO for Kenya Pipeline Company, once we get into the IPO, the government will be obligated to come back to the people's representatives and through them to the people to report on progress of the completed transaction. And therefore, that creates a very good structure for ensuring that there's not only inclusivity, but there's transparency and accountability in the manner in which we transact matters to do with privatization. And I did hear the Honorable Oudo, the member for Funyula, speak at length. And you know it's good to speak to the gallery, Honorable Speaker, in this house, because we are not in a church, we are in a house of parliament, there is politics, and it's good for the Honorable Oudo to speak to the gallery and excite those that he seeks to excite. But facts speak better than the speaking to the public gallery. Facts as are the laws that we are enacting today, the legislative proposals before us, whether it is that session of paper that we have just approved, or this privatization bill, the matter of inclusivity, transparency, and accountability have become cardinal in these laws. And how I wish Honorable Oudo was here to contribute to these issues. I can see him walking back, so that he can articulate the issues he was articulating now, because they are very well stipulated in these bills. And I was thanking Honorable Oudo for speaking to the gallery, speaking to the people of Funyula to see that he's indeed a doctor who can speak good English. But the good English is also the good English that has been put in these
legislative proposal that ensures that the things, Honorable Udo, is good you are here, that you are speaking to, issues touching on transparency, inclusivity, engagement with stakeholders, ensuring there is accountability, and beyond the process, coming back to report on the completed transaction. Therefore, Honorable Udo, if you read this bill and internalize it, internalize, because I have also seen there are also others who came here to just vote and walk out. And you know them. Yeah? Yes, you know them. But ask them what is contained in these legislative proposals. Ask the member for Kajiado North, for instance. Ask him what is in this bill. He has no idea. Ask him what was in the sessional paper. No idea. Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, I am speaking to these issues because we are now in debate, second reading. Please take time and read the bill. Internalize it. See how well this bill has been processed by the committee. We deliberately, in the last parliament, separated from the Finance and National Planning Committee the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization, so that we have diligent members of this House, diligent members like Honorable Shurie, Honorable Makali Mulu, and the other members like Honorable Makilap, who sit in this committee, Honorable Mboko Milemba, a seasoned member of this House, and this committee of very serious legislators has sat for long hours to ensure that this particular bill will pass not just the test of time, but also the constitutionality, so that it doesn't befall the fate that befell the 2023 Act, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I just want to conclude by saying that this bill now provides a very clear review and appeals mechanism through the Privatization Appeals Board. And therefore, it's not enough to just come back and report on the completed transaction. If any Kenyan is dissatisfied with the manner in which a particular privatization is being carried out, they can appeal to the appeals board, Privatization Appeals Board, with the possibility also of further recourse to the High Court. And therefore, this further promotes fairness and accountability, the fairness and accountability that the Honorable Udo was speaking to. And I invite Honorable Udo and many of us to now support this privatization bill so that it becomes an act of parliament, so that it can guide us and shepherd us through the process of privatization. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I said, privatization is here with us and we can't run away from it. And I have heard the concerns of many people when we speak about privatization. Oh, we are selling state assets. We are selling our strategic investments. Honorable Owen Bayer spoke something in his local language that said, you use what you possess. Loosely translated from what we say in my community, I was saying, even as we say, Modu Adagia Borieria Enayo, that you can only dispose of that goat that you own and that you have, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, when you have resources and we are constrained in raising revenues in this country, Honorable Speaker, because when I hear people oppose the privatization of state-owned assets to raise resources for the state to deliver services to the people, whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in healthcare, the same people oppose raising of taxes. Then when they appear on TV stations, because they want to look intelligent, they say, oh, government must innovate new ways of raising money. Which other new ways other than raising money from the capital markets? Which other new ways other than privatization of such profitable companies? Because you do not sell that which is dead. You sell that which is alive. Even in your cowshed, Honorable Clive, you cannot sell your dying cows. You sell those that are strong, those that you fetch better prices in the market. Then they will help you to acquire new investments, new calves, healthier ones. I don't know, Honorable Clive, because he went to the Alliance High School, he knows these things. He knows these things. And because I know Honorable Clive Gesairo went to Alliance, and I know he knows these things. At times I look at him speaking elsewhere, and I wonder, Honorable Gesairo, because you know these things, and you know it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do for the country. It is the right thing to do for our constituents. Let us use privatization to raise money so that we do not overtax Kenyans. Because when you oppose privatization, when you oppose IPOs, you are telling government, go back and borrow, go back and raise taxes. Government is telling you today that we do not want to overtax Kenyans. We do not want to raise higher taxes. We do not want to raise our public debt. We want to utilize the resources that we have, Honorable Speaker. And you know, the savings that we have encouraged, and again, Honorable Speaker, it speaks to the issues that we are speaking about. About 6 years ago, when we amended the NSSF Act, to ensure that we encourage the savings culture, many people at that time opposed it, and you remember even people went to court. Today, we can see the benefits of having entrenched that savings culture in NSSF. When we talk about privatization today, we have an opportunity now for NSSF because they have resources that they have raised in the last 3 years that are equivalent double the resources that they raised over 60 years. Therefore, this is one strategic investor, NSSF, that can invest in our PPP model of financing infrastructure projects, that can invest in some of these companies that government is directly divesting from, because NSSF is an independent body corporate. NSSF is not the government of Kenya. Therefore, nothing stops NSSF from investing, for instance, in the IPO on Kenya Pipeline for NSSF to own another 25% of the pipeline. Nothing stops NSSF. And that is our money as Kenyans, money that we are saving for our old age. What better investment opportunity other than through this privatization, even for our other state-owned enterprises and other authorities like NSSF to invest in our own economy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor, because this bill is largely a repetition of the 2023 Act with the corrections that have now constitutionalized the issues that the court had declared unconstitutional. And therefore beg to move and request the indomitable chair of the Privatization and Public Debt Committee, who has put in a lot of work together with this committee to ensure that this bill becomes a business to be considered before this House, to second this motion in agreement. I beg to move.
Yeah, you will proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the Privatization Bill 2025 as moved by the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Ichung'wah. Honorable Speaker, this bill has undergone extensive and rigorous deliberations by both committees, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee. Members devoted significant time and expertise to examine its provisions with the objective of ensuring that the proposed legal framework adequately responds to both present and future challenges, while unlocking opportunities that a modernized privatization regime can deliver to our country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight the key strengths of this bill. 1, enhanced public participation and inclusivity. This legislation is the product of one of the most comprehensive public participation exercises undertaken in recent years. The committees facilitated the submission of written memoranda and conducted stakeholder consultations across 25 counties, thereby ensuring that voices from diverse sectors and regions informed the proposed framework. We wish to appreciate your office and that of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the facilitation that made this exercise possible. 2, strengthen parliamentary oversight and transparency. The bill significantly enhances the role of the National Assembly in overseeing privatization. It stipulates that the privatization program and each proposed transaction relating to a state-owned enterprise must receive the express approval of this House. This provision entrenches accountability, transparency, and democratic legitimacy in the privatization process while safeguarding the public interest. 3, safeguards for stakeholders, and efficient appeals mechanism. The bill institutionalizes avenues for various stakeholders, including employees, investors, and the wider public, to express their concerns and perspectives. In addition, it establishes an expedited and more efficient appeals mechanism, thereby promoting fairness, predictability, and investor confidence. 4, economic efficiency and unlocking idle assets. Honorable Speaker, our nation continues to shoulder the fiscal burden of underperforming state-owned enterprises. The passage of this bill will enable the efficient and effective privatization of entities whose productive and economic capacity is underutilized. In doing so, it will reallocate resources towards more productive uses, stimulate private sector investment, and foster economic competitiveness. 5, transparency, accountability, and market confidence. The bill sets out clear principles for privatization, anchoring the process on transparency, accountability, and public disclosure. This is vital for sustaining public trust and attracting both domestic and international investment capital. 6, introduction of a sunset clause for the privatization program. A particular progressive feature of this bill is the introduction of a 4-year sunset clause for each privatization program. This provision ensures that privatization transactions are implemented within a clear medium-term timeframe, aligned with the prevailing macroeconomic conditions. It provides certainty to the market, supports financial planning by investors, and reduces risk associated with long-term policy uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to record my sincere appreciation to the Leader of Majority, the co-chair of my co-chair, chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, for the spirit of collaboration that characterized our joint engagements. I equally extend gratitude to members of both committees whose diligence and commitment to robust scrutiny of the bill have culminated in the report before us today. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second and urge this Honorable House to support the passage of the Privatization Bill 2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now propose the question of the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, the Almighty. Thank you, the Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And let me thank the movers of the bill. On privatization, Honorable Speaker, privatization is a process that is very vital for this country. And it comes from the fact that we have had state-owned enterprises, and there are many. Originally, they were called the parastatals. And they were created for a purpose. The purpose for which they were created, some of them has now outlived their existence. Majority of them were formed at independence when the country was also facing transition from the colonial government to self-independence. And Honorable Speaker, the country needed to balance the investments in different areas of the country away from that to create employment for the Kenyans who were there. And also the private sector was very weak and therefore could not invest in certain areas. And when they invested, Honorable Speaker, they did invest in areas that they thought were of great interest in terms of profiteering. But they avoided others. I'm happy we have been talking about the Kenya pipeline. That's one of the areas where at the independence, the private sector would not invest in because of lack of the immense capital required and at the same time, the interest by the private sector. But then along the way, Honorable Speaker, these investments have outlived the need for government to continue investing themselves. Some of them, if you remember, were as simple as just supermarkets like Uchumi, and others were simple, like transport sector taxis when we used to have Kenatco, for those who remember. And some of them were as simple as just wholesaling businesses. But with time, the private sector has really increased and has actually gained capacity. And therefore, there's no real need of government continuing to compete with the private sector on sections or on businesses that otherwise can be done by the private sector better. Experience has also shown, Honorable Speaker, that the private sector when given a chance to do those businesses like hotels, that reminds me very quickly of hotels like the Golf Hotel in Kakamega, the Sunset in Kisumu, which you may find that the government is still struggling to invest in such like businesses, when the private sector is doing better in terms of investing in hotels. And therefore, this law comes in timely. And the dangers that were associated with this law have been removed by the intense public participation that our committee did do insofar as the privatization is concerned. So one thing I want to be clear to Kenyans is that the process of privatization is with us and is a correct process which will actually offload the government of the burden of retaining issues like taxing people more in order to invest in these private enterprises that are no longer making profits, paying the workers who are those in private enterprises that do not make profits, and therefore actually putting pressure on the consolidated fund, which otherwise then have to make sure that these enterprises are paid, while at the same time increasing the wage bill, which otherwise would be reduced if we privatized these enterprises and therefore would be run by the private sector. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill and indicate that some of the key areas that have been handled, as already indicated by the mover and the seconder of the bill, is the fact that the Parliament or the National Assembly, the Parliament has been brought in the center of this process. This was very vital because these are enterprises that are owned by the public, and therefore the representatives of the people who are in this House should have a pivotal, a very important, a core position in the process of doing the privatization. And therefore, that has been included in this bill, and it is very, very good this time. Number two, Honorable Speaker, public participation, the threshold to be actually attained is very, very important so that we don't have cases where we have this privatization being done by the executive at a different corner, and therefore the House or the representatives of the people may not have a voice on what is happening. Honorable Speaker, transparency, inclusivity, and accountability in this process is also very important, and this bill addresses this, including those who are involved in these bodies that, or enterprises that need to be privatized, so that the workers, for instance, are involved and they have a stake, and it's taken that the workers will have this place for themselves upon the end of the privatization, because this has been one of the most serious challenges for the workers of Kenya. Whenever privatization occurs, then they are left out, and that has not been very good. So the employees and the workers, but the community also, because some of these enterprises may touch on community-owned or owned enterprises. We have our parks and other institutions that you may need to also consult the community, and the community should have a hand in actually saying that this is how it should be done. Also, the timeline now has been put in law so that the process can be done within a time frame that is known. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a very good law, and this House must stand and take the oversight role of the process of privatization strongly, and also take the public participation very, very strongly, so that when the processes are occurring, they are transparent and every citizen is happy that it has been done very, very well. Honorable Speaker, with the passage of this bill, the government shall be able to deal with some of the publicly owned enterprises which are lying idle in the country. And most of them are in form of either factories, other hotels, and also the land on which they are lying. We shall also be asking that the valuation of these enterprises be done in a very open way, the Auditor General, so that the audit reports are also brought to Parliament for proper debating to understand that the valuations so given are the correct valuations for those government-owned enterprises that are being sold. And this is the way to go. The government cannot continue competing with the private sector in small enterprises like hotels, like markets, supermarkets, and many others which have made the government to spend more and actually taxes people more simply because they are trying to sustain these state-owned enterprises in the name of parastatus. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, support this bill, and also indicate that even the one that I missed to speak on, the one that has gone earlier on the Kenya pipeline, we believe that with an aspect of privatization, the running of these organizations become more serious, accountability is there, profits are made, and a good example is the Kenya Power and Lighting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
The Honorable David Mboni from the Finance and National Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On onset, let me say I support this bill, not because I'm a member of Finance and National Planning Committee, but my background is economics, and therefore I know a bill like this one is in my area of specialization. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying, after the independence, the government embarked on setting up parastatus and government agencies, and currently they stand at around 200, over 200 parastatus and government agencies. And basically they were to undertake legislative work and bring gaps where private sector go. By then, private sector was very weak and could not offer services by that time. So the government set up parastatus, like Kenya National Trade Corporation, NOC, so that they can provide services where private sector could not be able to provide. Mr. Speaker, in the early 1990s, during the structural adjustment and liberalization of the economy moved from government-controlled economy, that is command economy, to open economy and market economy, where demand and supply determines the market price. And because of that, most of the parastatals have become irrelevant to the economy. For example, Kenya National Trade Corporation, which was dealing with consumable goods, cement and building materials, has become irrelevant. And most of the parastatals have become, they have faced mismanagement and corruption challenges. And they have become a big stress, a very big stress to the exchequer. The billions of shillings we are spending on these parastatals. In fact, I propose, even some of them we should even give them for free. Because if you are spending money on something which is broad bringing profit, you are making a loss on that thing. So I really don't care. And I know some people may say that I'm from the opposition, and I'm supporting a bill which is not supposed to be supported by the opposition, but this is the right way to go, Mr. Speaker. When we were doing public participation for this bill, there were a few questions which were being asked. One, the selling of Kenya Pipeline Corporation and this private bill, which should come first? I think that's a question which we should ask ourselves. Which should come first? And I really have no problem with that. The other thing which came up is the valuation of the parastatus. How are they going to be valued? The Kenyans have no problem with the selling of these parastatus, but they fear the valuation, most of them may be undervalued, and they may end up in wrong hands. Even they were also questioning the methods of selling of the parastatus. Is it going to be transparent and accountable to the Kenyan people? But when you look at the bill, and the other thing they were questioning is, are Kenyans going to be given a chance to buy the parastatus? But when you look at the bill, it is addressing those concerns. Mr. Speaker, I know we have done privatization of some of the parastatus in this country, and there are success stories like Kenya Commercial Bank, that is a success story. Safaricom is a success story. Kengen is also a success story. But there are also unsuccessful stories like Kenya Airways. And in the recent years, we have spent a lot of money on Kenya Airways. And Mr. Speaker, the money we have spent, I think we need to look at the equity. If our equity as a government has increased in Kenya Airways. Mr. Speaker, this bill is trying to address the defects which were being addressed, which were not addressed in the Private Bill 2023, which was annulled by the court because of a simple thing like public participation, which we have actually conducted. Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill, clause 8, it establishes the privatization authority to steer the privatization agenda and is going to be in charge of the privatization. And this is a very, very, very important thing, clause, because, Speaker, for the last 10 years, more than 10 years, we have not been able to sell any parastatal. And when you look at Nairobi Stock Exchange, has been somehow very, very, very dormant because we are not offloading some of these shares. And when you sell some of these parastatals, for example, we are going to get money from the exchequer, get money into the exchequer, and we are also going to save money from supporting this parastatal, which has amounted to a lot of stress to the exchequer. Clause 22 through 23 of the bill provides for the privatization program, by the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury. And this program is supposed to be forwarded to Cabinet for approval and brought in National Assembly also for approval. In the program, in the National Assembly, the National Assembly can do three things. One, they can approve the whole program, they can amend the program, or disapprove the whole program. And this is where the oversight role of Parliament is very important, so that we are not going to find a situation whereby these parastatals are undervalued. If we feel they're undervalued, then we can be able to reject the program for individual parastatal or all of them. Mr. Speaker, clause 21 provides for details proposal for each identity listed in the program and outline the following. One, the method. If you are selling, for example, let's say we are selling, for example, Kenya Pipeline, the program should have a proposal on how that identity is going to be sold. For example, we are going to have the method of privatization. Is it initial public offering or any other method? For example, private placement or sale of assets. And of course, how the shares are also going to be sold to the employees. Because I've seen most of the parastatals when they are being sold, there's a percentage which is supposed to go to the employees so that they can also be able to own shares in the company. Two, the method, the approach, and the method of valuation. How is the parastatal going to be valued? So that at least people understand this parastatal has been valued at this, and this is what we have arrived in terms of value for the parastatal. Three, implication for employees. How are employees going to be treated? Are they going to remain in the parastatal, or are they going to be given a handshake? And lastly, safeguards for public interest. Mr. Speaker, this process will give transparency in the private program and accountability to the Kenyan people. The bill provides a framework for appeals for aggrieved person. And this where Honorable Oundo, when he feels that he's aggrieved, he can go and appeal on the program, so that at least the courts can be able to address the concerns on how that paragraph is being sold. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable members, let me interrupt the proceedings a bit to welcome students and teachers from a school who are seated in our public gallery to observe proceedings. This is Enosagami Wa Schools, Narok South, Narok County. They are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings during their learning tour, for this is the house where laws are made, where national government budget is made, and where the executive, the national executive, is oversighted from. You're welcome. The Honorable Makilap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, from the onset, that I support this privatization bill, and having been one of those members of parliament in Committee of Public Debt and Privatization that moved across the country to get views of Kenyans on this privatization bill. So, Speaker, this is not a new thing to this House. This thing was done in 2023, and it was thrown away by the courts for only one major thing, that public participation was not done. So, Speaker, we did a comprehensive public participation this time around across the people of Kenya. So, Speaker, one of the things that members who have an opportunity to read about this bill, it sets up structures of privatization. It sets up structures of privatization from establishment of what is called a privatization authority. What does that mean, Chairman, Mr. Speaker? That it reveals what we used to have as privatization commission to now a privatization authority, which as a chairman, a CEO, and other members even drawn from the public, Mr. Speaker. And these members from the public are expertise in various areas which are established in this particular bill. It is cited in this bill that these are the members who will be appointed to this privatization authority. Mr. Speaker, it also sets what is called a privatization program. Mr. Speaker, this House has been accused that you have abdicated your role to the executive, that Parliament has no role in this particular bill. Those of us who have an opportunity to read, if you read clause 23, clause 24, clause 25, where clause 25 is even very particular, I can read, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly shall is a must, approve the program for implementation, approve the program with amendments or decline the program. So, Speaker, it sets out the authority, it sets out the program. You know, these are two different things, the program or privatization. And also establishes other committees, even committee or what is called a bill support committee for those who are not satisfied about the privatization process. It is therefore provided for. It also provides what is called a committee to look into the entire program and sets timelines, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, this is very comprehensive. And during the third reading or during Committee of Supply, you realize what the people of Kenya said when we went around. In fact, the people of Kenya at some point were telling us, why do you want to sell everything? They thought this is a legal framework. It must be known in Kenya that this privatization bill is a legal framework that will continue to exist for many years, and it can always be amended as we move along, Mr. Speaker. So what does this mean? It means it repeals the Privatization Act of 2005. So, Speaker, if you look at 2005 and today, 2025, those are 20 years down the line, and in between, there was a amalgamation of a new constitution where it set out some parastatals under national government. And some have outlived their usefulness. In fact, at some point, Mr. Speaker, the public asked us, why are you interested in selling those which are profitable, like pipeline that we just passed some few minutes ago? So, Speaker, if something is profitable and if you want to make it more profitable, you privatize it so that you have more players, more resources in it, and in return, you will get more revenue. Government gets more revenue by ensuring that the public entity being privatized has many players and putting in resources. Mr. Speaker, it also, if you look at clause 35, subsection 2H, subsection 2 says the privatization proposal shall specify, and this is very critical for the people of Kenya. It says, where applicable, a recommendation on how to undertake socio-economic investment to the host community. To the host community. This is very important for those who have been dealing with sugar or parastatals that are domiciled in specific communities in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it also highlights an issue of valuation. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are very critical in valuation, even including the valuation of what we've just passed called Kenya Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are saying we could even have more or two valuers so that the correct value of what is supposed to be privatized is realized for the people. Kenyans are interested in security of those who are in those parastatals. And I want to encourage Kenyans and even inform them that even this one for Kenya Pipeline that we've just passed, you know, it will employ, when the Kenya Pipeline is expanded throughout the IPO, there will be many players, there will be many people to be recruited in it, and thus no one is going to lose his job. Mr. Speaker, we also privatized Rivertex alone, Mr. Speaker. Look at Rivertex today. When I was in Finland, the Finnish people were running a program or a program of Privatex doing the process of turning cotton into clothes in Washington, in Eldoret. And it is becoming profitable. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker? This bill is addressing most of the things that are required to be addressed. For example, Mr. Speaker, even when we went to public said, okay, Lord, during the Committee of Supply, you'll realize that there was some qualification or experience of over 10 years experience. And the youth in those places where we went, they say, okay, this thing is good, but reduce for us the number of, and you will see in our report as we move along. So what is very important, Mr. Speaker, is the entities being privatized will be able to bring in resources, bring in revenue, and create more opportunities for the people of Kenya. So let us not see privatization, this framework, as something that is going to sell everything from Kenyans. In fact, it is creating an opportunity to raise the necessary resources to bridge the budget caps. For example, Mr. Speaker, the budget cap of this year is about 923 billion shillings. Some of them will be bridged through what is called public-private partnerships. Others will be through resources that are raised through the IPO. And using IPO, Mr. Speaker, is one of the best ways because this thing protects up to including what is called strategic national assets. It is provided for here. Strategic national assets, Mr. Speaker, because when we were in Eldoret, some people told us you want to sell the bullet factory. And we told them this bill protects strategic national assets from being privatized. So the rumors that are too many in people's heads, Mr. Speaker, has to be actually given the truth about this particular bill. Even the people of Makueni, to remove the worries of Professor, my good friend, Member of Parliament from Professor Warner. You know, the court case awarded the people of Makueni some money for the pipeline and something like that. And when we looked into it, when this thing is, the KBC is privatized, it will be able to bring in more money, and those people will be, the new buyers will take liabilities and everything else. So the guarantee of the people of Makueni to have enough resources is to actually privatize or to be compensated for the pipeline spillage and so on, is actually to privatize this thing so that you can get enough resources. So in short, Mr. Speaker, is even these hotels, I have an hotel and I'm interested to invest in it called Cabernet Hotel, that has been earmarked for privatization. And the workers have not been paid. I will bring something for the workers that used to work in that particular hotel so that they can be able to get their money. So, Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful, and we have looked into this particular privatization bill. We've even come with some amendments, and I want members of Parliament to be very keen so that when the chairman will be moving the amendments, you realize that we took care of the views of Kenyans wherever we went, so that those worries are actually abandoned, Mr. Speaker. I support this particular privatization bill. It's a framework.
The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to give my views on this bill. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, on the economic sense of it, everyone should support a lean government. And a lean government is the one that is left to only adjudicate the services that touches on the people. And therefore, the government must always strive to cut off excess weight. When you carry more than you need, then it pulls you behind. And that is the reason why, ever since I have been a proponent of government not engaging in the business of doing business. Because what can be done by others, then the government should leave those other people to do, because they do it much more efficiently. Honorable Speaker, the other reason why government must never be too bulky and engaging in too many commercial ventures is because government of Kenya already owns 35% of all the businesses in Kenya indirectly, including the small company any member would be running in this house today. Because as corporate tax is 35%, it means the government of Kenya is actually in the board of your company all the time. And you actually give them a share of 35% of the profit you make. And it means, therefore, they own 35% of all the enterprises indirectly in terms of stakes and in terms of share of revenue, and especially net revenue. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, across the world, many governments continue to shed off whatever can be done by others, and especially in the private sector. But there is always a debate, internationally speaking, Honorable Speaker, because when you look, for example, an economy like the US, an economy like South Korea, they are private sector driven, meaning the government does not necessarily engage in too much commercial activity. But on the other side, when you look at a company like China, you see an economy where the government is dominant in direct ownership of stakes. And all those economies do well. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it does not necessarily mean everyone is right and entirely right. It all depends on the circumstances, and it all depends on the scenario. Honorable Speaker, the reason why many companies and many governments arrive to the decision of selling many of the corporate entities, and especially the commercial ones they engage in, of course, it enhances efficiency, and of course, and especially when the reason of engaging in it is overtaken by events. Let me give what I mean. As we talk today about the government of Kenya, of us making it easy for offloading of stakes where government have direct shareholding. As late as now, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, the US government was investing in American lithium. They actually invested in a stake of around 5%. In the last 1 month, the US government actually invested $9 billion into Intel. Intel, which was previously a private company. Why? Investments in commercial entities when it comes to the sovereign must be guided on strategic decisions. Why are you engaging in that reason? The reason why you find in Kenya the oldest banks in Kenya, they are national banks in terms of they were previously owned by the state. It was because of the barrier of entry. The barrier of entry of starting a bank back then could only be managed by the sovereign, which is the country, or which is the government. But also the confidence. There are areas, for example, in banking around that time when it was a novelty, that no one could actually trust an individual person as an investor with their own money when they held ownership of the bank. And those are the reasons why we find, for example, National Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank, had to be started by government that time because of those reasons. But those reasons have been overtaken by events. And the reason why I say so, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of inefficiency in government-controlled companies in sectors that are booming. Take, for example, Consolidated Bank. Consolidated Bank is over 98% owned by GOK in various forms. But If you look at a bank like Equity Bank is newer than Consolidated Bank. But Consolidated Bank is actually having now net capital as we talk now, when Equity Bank now have shareholders funds of over 300 billion Kenya shillings, which is core capital. And their profitability, again, are very diverse. So those strategic decisions back then could not hold today. The strategic decision of the US government investing in a chip-making company in aid of AI in the name of Intel is a today agenda, and therefore it is relevant. The reason for the US government investing in American lithium yesterday for a stake of 5% and also taking some of the risks out of where they are mining lithium, Honorable Speaker, is also based on the current global economy, strategic decision making. And therefore, we must always audit and find what is it that is making strategic sense, what is it that is not making strategic sense, so that we can float as much as possible to the private sector to do what they know best. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about how we should spend the money. The previous agenda was about Kenya Pipeline. And Honorable Speaker, my take would be this. For any company that goes through a listing, through an IPO, we must always reserve around 5 to 10% of the proceeds to invest back in other entities, and especially in alternative ways of offering the same service. What do I mean? As we float in a company, then you must take this money, create a venture capital, and invest in other current growth kind of institutions around the same sector. Green energy, and any other thing around power sector, for example, or energy sector. So that as you float this, you are incubating some others. So that you don't get a time when you've already offloaded your entire portfolio. Honorable Speaker, let me talk something about the current capital markets, because it's very important even for the agenda we had about Kenya Pipeline, and even this bill. Honorable Speaker, capital market is everything about international capital flow. The US, for example, capital markets in equity side alone is double the size of the US GDP. Because all the companies listed in the US, their valuation cumulatively is around 62 trillion US dollars. In the income sectors, in the fixed income side, it is over 55 trillion. What do I mean, Honorable Speaker? If you compare the same with our capital markets here, it is too small, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must make every effort to make it more bigger and attractive. But this is the catch, Honorable members. I am one of the people who would never actually vouch for the listing of Kenya Pipeline. And I'll give you a very practical reason. The current NSE in Kenya has been bearish this year, going up. But the companies listed are still grossly undervalued. And I can tell you without blinking of an eye, Honorable Speaker, this issue of Kenya Pipeline will bring a lot of excitement. Kenyans will buy in the IPO. But after the announcement of the financial results in February for the full year, the share company will collapse. And the share price will collapse. And this is the reason. The current investors in the NSC are not buying assets. They are buying revenue. They are buying the bottom line. What do I mean? Look, for example, a company like Kenya Power. Kenya Power has a valuation, the entire Kenya Power has only a valuation, a market cap of only 27 billion. The reason I use the name only is in comparative to the assets. It has assets of over 350 billion shillings. And it's a company that's making net revenues of 20 billion, but the valuation is 27 billion. Now, a company like Kenya Re, a company has net assets of over 51 billion, net assets. And the valuation in the market, Honorable Speaker, is 17 billion shillings. This company, Kenyans will buy out of excitement, but after the announcement next year of the full year results, the share price will collapse. And that is why I am also fearing that the government may end up forcing NSSF and other provident funds to actually take part in this, because commercially it may not be viable for a logical investor. And that is why we need to draw the line, so that we
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro will be given 2 more minutes.
And Honorable Speaker, I think I have made that point. The current investor is not buying assets. The current investor in the market is buying net revenue. And if you look at the profitability of Kenya Pipeline, last year was 6.8 billion. Average for 5 years is 5 billion. An equivalent company in the NSC making a profit of 5 billion, including a bank, the valuation is not more than 35 billion. So that is the kind of valuation that investors are going to encounter as we come on next. The other thing is control. We fight government-owned entities, Honorable Speaker. Government owns 18% of KCB, but then control 100% of the board. That is one of the things that even the listing of the asset that will be listed should be captured. That the government cannot own 35% of an asset, then control 100% of the board. The other 65% should be given board positions. And if the government is giving the CEO, then the chairman should not be from the government, should be from the private sector. Honorable Speaker, the real valuation I was talking about, this is a topic I can talk about the whole day, Honorable Speaker. If you look at a company like Kengen, the valuation is around 55 billion. If you look at the peers in a place like Nigeria, like Geregu Power, Transcorp Power, doing the same and producing less, actually have the capacity of Kengen. The valuation is 200 billion respectively and 211 billion Kenya shillings if you convert from Naira. So what am I trying to say? Our market is not doing justice to valuations. And listing a company now may not suffice. Maybe a strategic investor. Unfortunately, strategic investor cannot work in an area like Kenya where we have a deficit in trust in government. Because if you do strategic investor, the high probability is that patronage will and the person on the other side of the table will actually be the one buying.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill fully because, first of all, public participation must be done because it involves public property. And anything that is owned by the public must extensively and intensively be looked into and supported fully by the public. And herein we have representatives of the people. Before it is now passed, we will be here as well. My question is, if any property is privatized, does it mean that the person taking over is carrying it to their homeland, is carrying it to China? No, it is still our property, but managed by people who can do it better, efficiently, more transparency, more transparent. So we do not want negative energy over this because if this is well done, unemployment to the youth will be something gone, dead and gone, and also quality of how we manage things. If we bring in somebody who can manage properly, it means that our country will be developing. I know very well that other nations that are developed have done it before. It is not something new. I saw it happen with Kengen, our Safaricom, and Safaricom is even one of the best example to put across. So although we know many voices come dissentingly to discourage and put a lot of poison in our people's mind, we should embrace this idea as long as we are in charge, we are in control, and we are not being taken advantage of in any way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. I want to say that I support the provisions in this bill. Honorable Speaker, there have been so many questions since privatization set into this country when the idea came. And Honorable Speaker, some of the entities that went through privatization prior to this bill have had a thorough beating. Honorable Speaker, I looked at what happened to Rivertex recently, a few days ago, and there were a lot of gaps that I felt like they should have been addressed before the privatization decision was made. And some of those issues, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate because this bill has been able to look into them. It includes, and not limited to, Honorable Speaker, looking at the assets and even the liabilities that these companies have. And Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that, for example, Rivertex, the land that Rivertex sits on, and even Rivertex itself, is primarily owned by Moi University. Moi University, Honorable Speaker, you know the issues that has been going through. And when the privatization agreement was made, the amount of money that was being given as a proceed of the privatization of Rivertex was an amount of money, Honorable Speaker, that was undervalued. You cannot say that the land that Rivertex sits on, which is very prime in Eldoret, Honorable Speaker, goes for the amount that was paid as proceeds of that privatization. And Honorable Speaker, if that particular piece of land and even the investment in Rivertex had been valued properly, Moi University wouldn't be borrowing and begging the national government for a bailout for around 2 billion, Honorable Speaker. They would have been able to comfortably get the money from the privatization of Rivertex, and Rivertex goes ahead to be able to make profits and make sense economically in this country. And I appreciate this particular bill because it has been able to look at those particular matters. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of human resource. The people, as we speak, that worked in Rivertex today, Honorable Speaker, are jobless as we speak today. And I am glad and happy that this particular bill is seeking to be able to undertake better public participation and be able to do more consultation so that we can be able to arrive at better decisions in regards to privatization of these particular entities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate and I support privatization because today, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, I read a Facebook post, and of course I have been able to listen to many things that are being said by the people, especially from Nandi. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, KCC has not been able to pay farmers for 4 months. Honorable Speaker, this is an entity that does not miss or cannot be said that milk was not delivered to them. The milk was properly delivered to KCC, and the farmers have been able to invest in production of the milk. But Honorable Speaker, 4 months down the line, that particular farmer has not been paid. Why? Because of how KCC is being run. And Honorable Speaker, I feel like I wish I could carry KCC and put better management and prudent management and put some idea and agenda into their heads that this should be a farmer-centered entity, that you get the milk, you add value, and you pay the farmer on time. And Honorable Speaker, the more reason why I support this privatization and the bill that will be able to guide privatization is because of such issues, so that we can have the people who are actually bringing raw material into an entity get paid on time. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, government entities has been associated with bureaucracies and inefficiencies. And I feel like this privatization, Honorable Speaker, is able to finally take off the responsibility of service delivery, or so to speak, Honorable Speaker, from government entities, so that then we can finally go and run away from bureaucracies and the inefficiencies that are associated with it. Honorable Speaker, the things that we have in this country are of very high value. The problem that we have, Honorable Speaker, is the mentality. We are not commercially, we have not adopted a commercial model in many things that we run. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I feel like this bill is finally going to lead this country and most of the entities that have been a burden and a baggage to this country, and especially the tight fiscal space, an opportunity to be able to offload it. And Honorable Speaker, I am more than happy to remove most of these entities from getting or requiring exchequer bailouts so that they can be able to go out there and be able to generate their own money. So, Honorable Speaker, I really appreciate the thought process that went into this bill so that we can finally properly guide privatization of the entities so that, one, we can achieve service delivery and we can be able to have a more efficient delivery of service to the people in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and most importantly, be able to sort out especially the Kenyans that are providing raw materials for some of these entities to be able to run. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill and I hope that it actually gets appropriate implementation so that it can be able to sort out the so many historical issues and problems that we have faced as a country and as a people in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping the wise man now taking your attention would listen to our contribution, because during a time like this, years back, he supported a similar bill which we passed despite our objection and ended up being nullified. But wisdom has no limit. But Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, I need your direction. I hope someone will tell the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro what I said. Mr. Speaker, before my time starts running, under the standing orders, once a bill has been moved and seconded, we are supposed to contribute, and the mover and the seconder are supposed to listen, so when they reply, they are able to address some of our concerns. From what I can see, there's the mover has just now appeared, and I like that. I think I should keep making these objections.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Yes.
This parliament, we listen to parliament from various places.
Thank you.
The mover was actually by, and you are listening to every word.
Thank you.
So that
now,
applies.
Mr. Speaker, may you direct that my time starts running now? Mr. Speaker, I support this bill with reservations. And I support it because it has many good provisions, but some provisions that require to be re-examined. It is my hope that either the committee has re-examined them and will be moving them, or will consider them during the committee of the whole House. Mr. Speaker, this is an improvement, but in my view, it is still not perfect. And I want to start with what has been said in terms of approval by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 20, what Parliament submits is a program. It is the program, not the specific approval. And I want you to juxtapose Section 20 with Section 22 of the provisions and Section 26. Section 20 and 22, where Parliament received the privatization program. In Section 36, when it comes to the Cabinet receives the specific proposal for each, not the program. Section 36(1). And when you read 36(2), moving forward, the Cabinet then approves each specific unit for privatization, as opposed to Parliament, where we are given a whole program. It is therefore not entirely correct to say that under this bill, Parliament specifically approves the privatization. And in my opinion, that is wrong. Parliament should retain the discretion to approve the specific unit of privatization, not some overall program. Mr. Speaker, I then draw your attention to Section 23. In this section, you see that Parliament is restricted to 60 days. Parliament must approve within 60 days. I know of no other legislation, well, except the Constitution itself, that introduces similar provisions. And in this case, does not make any reference to when Parliament is on recess. Many times, they would have a proviso that time runs when Parliament is on session, not when it is on recess. But I see no such provision. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 32, it treats Kenyans and non-Kenyans alike. But where it says that it can be any person, whether Kenyan or non-Kenyan, then it raises eyebrows, because I thought if you must refer to it, then you'd want to give some preferential treatment to Kenyans if they are of equal footing. But when you say that it does not matter, then it is of worry to me. Coming back to Section 20, on public participation that was spoken about, you realize that under this bill, the public participation is actually done by the Cabinet Secretary, as opposed to where we have usually been, where it is Parliament that does public participation. If you read that with the restriction in terms of the 60 days, it drives you to the conclusion that this bill wants the public participation to be done by the executive and wants no window for public participation by parliament. And I have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, Section 53, and this is a bit technical, but you'll understand it.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, you know, whenever you speak, the House goes quiet. Is there business that can be transacted by Parliament that does not involve public participation?
That is my submission.
If we consider the provisions of Article 118.
Let me answer it in this way. And that is, what you've said is my exact concern. That Section 20 of this bill gives the Cabinet Secretary the discretion to do public participation. When it comes to Parliament, then, Section 23 restricts Parliament to 60 days. The point being this: in my view, that restriction will constrain the ability of Parliament to do public participation. That is my submission. And that then becomes unconstitutional.
Yeah, it will constrain Parliament in terms of time.
Yes.
But it cannot take away
it will
the obligation imposed on Parliament by Article 118, which I may read. I'll freeze your time. That Parliament shall conduct its business in an open manner, and its sittings and those of its committees shall be in public, and facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislative and other business of Parliament and its committees. So privatization at that level becomes other business of Parliament.
Everything you've read amplifies my argument.
Thank you.
And this, it is in twofold. One, that while Section 20 provides an avenue for public participation expressly by the Cabinet Secretary, there is no corresponding section that expressly provides for public participation by Parliament. That's the first limb. The second limb is that by restricting the time to 60 days, and you know how public participation works, it may interfere with the duty of Parliament to do public participation. And that is my problem with those two sections.
Thank you,
I now
Honorable
come
Mono.
to my last submission.
Thank you, Honorable Mono.
My last submission is this.
Yes.
In relation to Section 53.
No, Honorable Amolo does not want information from you, Mover.
No. Mover, that's why I wanted you back. Take notes keenly, and then when you are replying, you will be able to respond.
I have heard Honorable Amolo Mover to be saying there could be amendment to the period.
But that is why I started.
Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I started by saying this. But
Yes,
what is the
Mover.
point of order?
You can also freeze his Honorable Otiende's time, because I just need...
Honorable Otiende, I will not
because
freeze your
the
time,
issue
but
Honorable
I will
Otiende
add you time.
is raising, Honorable Speaker, and you have alluded to it, is critical on public participation. And you have clearly read the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution. I just wanted Honorable Otiende to help the House as a senior counsel. When the Constitution explicitly provides for public participation, that Parliament must conduct public participation on any legislative proposal, an act of Parliament can never negate that, and that is my understanding of basic law. And I'm not a student of law. That's why I wanted Honorable Otiende to educate me and the House and Kenyans whether the absence of that explicit provision in this statute or this proposed statute negates that which is provided for in the Constitution. Because my understanding, Honorable Speaker, from what you are saying, is that it does not negate, and Parliament will be obligated, as we do with all other legislative proposals, to carry out public participation. Just that clarification.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, because you are in the committee of experts only, otherwise you owe the mover no obligation of education.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, so proceed.
Indeed. And you know, indeed, Mr. Speaker, we allow the mover that discretion, but that is not a point of order. That is a point of argument. But let me now then explain what the problem is. Slowly. Two things, Mr. Speaker. One is that because the Constitution provides for public participation, you may not need to expressly provide for it. But then the question is, why then expressly provide for public participation by the cabinet secretary? And public participation is required not just by parliament, it is required by all organs. So because the constitution does not require it, why would you provide for the cabinet secretary and not for parliament? That's the first problem I have. But the next problem I have is the time constraint. Because parliament should be left the discretion to do sufficient public participation, when you constrain its time to 60 days, then you might actually be constraining that duty, and that is my problem. So if you ask, just so that I answer.
Honorable Amolo, you are understood.
Yes.
In fact, you are saying the same thing with the mover, except you are speaking at cross purposes.
Yes, because
the mover is saying...
I'm educating him in law.
Yes. The mover is saying, if I understood the mover well, that while least public participation is provided for in Article 10 as a national value, the Constitution specifically mentions it for Parliament, but does not for the executive. And so the mover is saying for the executive, the bill may need to propose it specifically, but for Parliament, according to him, the bill does not, because Article 118 already does so.
And it's wrong.
But that does not take away your power to amend and to make it better.
And here, Mr. Speaker, the mover is wrong, and that's what I'm trying to explain. But I may need a whole day to explain this. My whole point is, to constrain Parliament to 60 days is a constraint on the duty of public participation. And we would do better to remove that time constraint. In very simple parlance, that's what I'm saying. But let me now come to my last point, Mr. Speaker, and this is a little technical, and I would not blame the committee for this, section 53, where we establish an appeals board. Now, the design is good because you start with a review, then appeal to the appeals board, then to the High Court.
You will add, Honorable Amolo, how long do you need? 2 minutes. Yeah, I will add you 3 because of my own interventions also.
Thank you. The only technicality, and this is beyond this act, is to advise the committee that as we speak, there's a decision of the High Court, of the Court of Appeal, that moves all these tribunals to the judiciary. And in that context, to establish a tribunal whose appointment is entirely by the President and the Cabinet Secretary is one that might require re-examination. And in fact, as we speak, the legal team in this House, including the Speaker, are grappling to persuade the court that there's room for administrative tribunals and judicial tribunals. But for now, that is the law. And therefore, as framed, Section 53 may be in danger of being unconstitutional. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we must ask, our order paper number 13, which I think was a supplementary order paper, and the leader and the House business owe us an explanation. When we looked at the order paper this morning, order paper number 13 was not about privatization. And some of us did not come to the House for that reason. When we come, we now find there's a different order paper for approval of a privatization based on a sessional paper, when the very next order is approval of a bill that regulates privatization. What is this thing of legislation by ambush? It is something we must object to, and it is something that must be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amolo. Honorable Amolo, the business of the House is determined by the House Business Committee, and there is something called supplementary order paper, so we must always be vigilant. Yes. The Honorable Benjamin Langat will now speak.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The mover, the leader of majority, take very seriously the last point raised by Honorable Amolo. And by the way, I know some amendments speak to it, Honorable Amolo, in terms of realigning, those provisions. But I think Honorable Amolo also look at the distinction between the privatization proposal and the privatization program in terms of their contents. And then you can make proposals in terms of how to improve. This bill, you both agree, is a good bill. Honorable Benjamin Langat, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, this is not a new bill. It has already been passed in 2023, but the courts annulled it. Mr. Speaker, the reason why it was annulled was because of lack of public participation mainly. And I want to inform the House that we have done very serious public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we went to 25 counties outside Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. So we have corrected the anomaly, and hopefully the bill will go through. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to repeal Privatization Law Act of 2005. And it creates a privatization authority to replace Privatization Commission, which, Mr. Speaker, had been affected by a lot of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. Imagine for the last 10 years, there has not been any privatization of any company in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, hopefully this bill will make the process smooth, will make the process faster, and will make the process safer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill creates a privatization authority with a board. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it distinguishes the functions of different actors in the process. Privatization authority will do the implementation of the privatization process. The CS, Mr. Speaker, will initiate the process through what we call privatization program, which is basically the list of companies that have been identified for the purposes of privatization, Mr. Speaker. The bill also sets the fact that the CS will take the bill to Cabinet for approval, the program to Cabinet for approval, then it will be brought to Parliament for approval. And Parliament can approve as it is, can amend, or can reject, Mr. Speaker. If Parliament approves with amendments, then the Cabinet Secretary will have to publish a fresh list under the program. Mr. Speaker, the privatization program has been given 8 years for implementation, because again we have seen some of the privatizations which have been done before. They have taken a lot of time. So the bill provides that when we approve the program, it will take 8 years. If some of them have not been privatized, then it will be brought back to Parliament. 3, Mr. Speaker, the privatization authority will then prepare what we call privatization proposal, which then lists the values of companies, individual companies, Mr. Speaker, and all the details for privatization. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Marianne Keitany, don't run far from your...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the bill that is before us on the privatization amendments. And first, Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, which talks about the national values and principles of governance. And in particular, it talks about the values and principles that state organs, state officers, and public officers, wherever they are, applies them. And more specifically, Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about good governance, integrity, transparency, accountability, and sustainable development. I think that part of sustainable development is very critical. And when you look at most of these institutions that are being privatized, they actually exist to do business and to make money. And if you see the role of government is to give people sustainable development, good governance, give them human dignity, you give them equity, social justice, and where a business exists to make money or to do business, then, and it is competing with the need for a government to provide services just for sustainable development, then you find that both of these will go in conflict. A case in point, for example, is KenGen, for example. KenGen provides a strategic resource, which is the provision of electricity in the value chain of electricity. And before it was privatized, for example, you find that a lot of government procedures, for example, procurement procedures, recruitment procedures, and all those procedures, which in essence exist because there needs to be equity when government is providing services, go and interfere with the value or the processes within which these companies or a company like that was there to do, which was to make money or to do business. And therefore, I would support the privatization arrangement where most of these strategic assets that exist for the purposes of doing business and giving services to the common man at the same time are able to thrive in an environment that is private, that is able to compete with other businesses. And I take note, especially Section 21 of the proposed bill, which talks about, without prejudice to the generalities of the subsection, it talks about identification and determination of these entities for privatization, where we take into consideration Part C of it, the strategic nature of the public entity to be privatized. I think that is very important because many of the businesses that government do are because they are strategic in nature. But however strategic in nature they are, I think we need to balance the issue of strategic nature in it and the business that it is going to provide. The case in point is the privatization of Kenya Pipeline, like we just concluded, or the one that we just talked about. And you realize that whereas Kenya Pipeline gives a strategic business, which is to transport oil or fuel that we use, that is a much needed commodity, it is a service that it is not monopolistic in nature because after the transportation, the actual marketing and selling are done by private sector. So by privatizing that particular company, you will not have created a monopolistic nature which actually gets a country to be stuck in the process, because you find that even the same oil can also be transported by road, and it is currently done even by private entities or private companies which can compete with a pipeline. So therefore, the strategic nature of the public entity to be privatized, I like that it has been put in the bill, because that is one of the considerations that the minister or the cabinet secretary will consider while looking at what items or what entities to be privatized. And I would love a situation where most of government entities, especially where they do a business, to actually get out of being regulated and managed by government, because then the business nature of it is not considered. Because many times we would love to look at what Article 10 provides vis-a-vis what the business entails, and many a times the government would prioritize what Article 10 provides in the Constitution at the expense of business. And that is the reason why you find many businesses that are government-owned and government-run, when they compete with the private sector, you find that they don't make profits, they don't succeed, whereas the private sector businesses are succeeding because they are there to make business. An example, again, I want to give is the Portland Cement, which is partly government, partly private. it is competing in the sector with other private entities, and you find those private entities reporting very huge profits as compared to the publicly or government or entities that have government stake in it, because of the procedures that they are put for, that they are told they must procure using certain procedures, they must hire using certain procedures, at the expense of actually looking for the right value or the right personnel that they would have required to do the business. The other thing under this same act is the need to reduce budget drain on government resources. You find many of these entities, some of them are run down to a point where the exchequer, when Chico's money has to come in through and through to come and support these entities, which would have otherwise stood on their own and run the businesses on their own. And why is because, again, of those procedural issues that come with running a government entity. So I would want to support the act, the privatization bill that is before us, and say that once this is done and it is an act of parliament, I think many other institutions that are profitable in nature, even today, be considered for privatization, because privatizing a profitable entity helps government get better value for what it is that it is privatizing, as opposed to privatizing an entity that is struggling, that is not moving anywhere. I'd want to give a last example of Rivertex. Rivertex is a company that was started off as a private company. At some point, it went down, it collapsed. And later, it was revived by government. And even now, after revival by government, it is struggling. It is barely opening its doors because of the many issues that have been brought because of being a government state-owned company. If that company was privatized and it was running as a private entity to make clothing, because that, if you look at what they are doing, much as it is strategic, it is not very strategic enough to say that you really need it as a private or as a public entity. So if it was running as a private entity competing with other cloth manufacturers, I think today it would be employing more people, opening its doors, doing a lot of business, and having the Eldoret city very vibrant because of its nature of the activities that it would be doing. But as we speak today, there is little or no activity in that company because of all these issues that we have brought through the public, through it being a public entity, and that has really clogged it down to a point where it is at near collapse at the moment as we speak. So I want to support this bill and say that this bill has come at a timely time, because many of the entities that government runs, or many public entities that government run, ideally really, should be entities that should be privately run, competing with other private entities, giving the best service to the people of Kenya. Because again, when we have a public entity which does not have any competition, you find that you will get it, either you get that service or no service. But when there is many companies competing, doing the same business, you get the best out of those because you have a choice as a Kenyan as to which service or which goods to go for, because they will have competitively been procured and competitively been serviced. And further to that is that all these companies are regulated in various acts of parliament, which then takes care of the consumer, it takes care of the Kenyan public, whether they are operating in public or whether they are operating as a private entity, because they will have to conform to acts and legislations that exist in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Let us be fair to the Honorable Joseph Oyula. And Honorable Joseph Oyula will be followed by the MP for Tetu. And the MP for Tetu will be followed by the Honorable Dr. John Makali Mulu. David. No, you are Dr. Makali Mulu. Yes. Yes, so give them the mic in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this important bill. Honorable Speaker, privatization has been with us for some time. It's only that it lacked proper legal position in the country. We had some companies privatized, government companies like KCB and so forth, which were privatized and have done very well. So this bill enables the public also to participate fully in the running of the organizations. It will therefore help the country in ensuring that government does not participate in private enterprises, but lets it out to the public also to participate. The bill, Honorable Speaker, establishes authority indicating the functions, operations, and sets governance standards, which is very important for the organization to be run properly. The bill brings out legal methods, including public offerings, shows eligibility criteria for investors. Of course, the investors must be able to measure certain standards so that the organization can be run well. Honorable Speaker, privatization alters ownership of assets built through taxpayers' money. The taxpayers' money have been used in building the organization. Now, when we do the privatization, we alter the ownership. We ensure that government takes little control of the running of the organization. Privatization, Honorable Speaker, enables the government, the running of the organizations that have been hit hard by decision-making to be able to decide upon well so that the business can be done without much problems. The bill is not just about selling assets, Honorable Speaker. The bill is about redefining the relationship between government, citizens, and the economy. If the organization can be more economical under a different hand, Honorable Speaker, then it will create more, it will raise more revenue for the public. The privatization, therefore, ensures that organizations that can be run independently from government participation are properly organized. Honorable Speaker, we have seen what privatization has done in the past. Like the organizations I've mentioned, they used not to be well run. But after the privatization exercise, Honorable Speaker, you can see KCB is now a large organization. Although in some areas privatization also did not help much. Like, say, Mumias Sugar Company, which was privatized through IPO, but later on lost control and started making losses. But all in all, Honorable Speaker, privatization will enable the country to raise more revenue because of the good management that is expected from the running of the company. Mr. Speaker, privatization bill should be supported. It's opening up for other organizations that the government should not continue handling to be privatized. With this legal position, Honorable Speaker, we think that the government can now move out of running business instead of running the other services that are required. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, the MP for Tetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support privatization, but I don't support this bill because it has a number of deficiencies that needs to be addressed before it can be passed by this House. Mr. Speaker, many speakers before me have alluded to some of them, and I do not wish to repeat. But the first thing, Mr. Speaker, is that in the bill, it is not very clear how the organizations to be picked for privatization will be picked. The bill is also not specific on the method of privatization that will be applied to each of the entities in a privatization program. The bill obviously envisages 3 methods of privatization, but it is very clear that as we bring to this House and says we want to privatize organization X, the Privatization Authority, the Cabinet Secretary should have communicated to this House clearly which method will be adopted. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to prevent against ambush, where we come as a House and say we are okay to privatize organization X. Then tomorrow morning, it is handed over to Adani through some sort of sale by tender or through some sort of private arrangement. So that is one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second one is that if you look at Section 21 of this bill, and especially subsection 2, Part C and Part D, there are very good provisions that have been provided there as to the reasons or the considerations that the Cabinet Secretary should take to allow an organization to be privatized. But, Mr. Speaker, if we are to apply those rules, even regarding the privatization that we have just passed, or the session of paper that we have just passed for Kenya Pipeline, that session of paper would fall on its belly. The reason being, the Act here says that the Cabinet Secretary shall consider the strategic nature of the public entity to be privatized, and the need to avoid a privatization that may result into an unregulated monopoly. What we have just passed this afternoon for KPC is just exactly these 2 issues. We have given away a strategic asset, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it is not fair to sell the family silver to settle grocery bills. We understand the urgency to pay these pending bills, but we cannot sell a strategic national asset like Kenya Pipeline just to pay grocery bills. Just like, Mr. Speaker, you cannot slaughter the family cow just to provide family with dinner. That is not very clever. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that we may end up with an unregulated monopoly, because as much as we are saying that the government and the KPC will have 35%, we don't know whether the rest of the 65% over time is going to be accumulated by some wealthy foreign investor who will just but have full control, of this organization. Mr. Speaker, I also note Section 29, and this has been raised by Honorable Tiende Omoro, that the Privatization Authority has been given a whole 8 years to finalize a privatization, but Parliament has only been given 60 days. So again, I would like just there to buttress the importance of, adding more time. Under Section 31, 32, Mr. Speaker, I see some inconsistencies between the words privatization program, which I believe is a list of organizations that are due for privatization, and the word privatization, which I believe here talks about a specific privatization of an entity. So again, Mr. Speaker, we need to be, there's inconsistency in the words used, in Part 4. So we either remove the word program so that the Cabinet Secretary presents to this House privatization, not a program, a specific organization for which he has determined is due for privatization, and he can bring many of them in a batch. He can bring this organization and this organization and bring all of them in a batch, for consideration, by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, If you look at, for example, just what we have passed here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to talk a little bit about Kenya Pipeline, because I really wanted an opportunity to speak about this, and I'm not trying to go back to debate, but obviously the bill was very hurriedly passed, and I believe at the behest of some other voice that came from somewhere where debate was curtailed unnecessarily. But Mr. Speaker, you know, if you look at the issue of Kenya Pipeline, being a strategic asset, being a security asset, you know, why are we rushing? We have so many dry cows, Mr. Speaker, if I may call them that, like Kenya Pyrethrum Board, people like Rivertex, who, Mr. Speaker, we can prioritize in privatization. Kenya Pipeline still pays a dividend. Kenya Pipeline is a strategic national asset. If today the Turkish investors or any other foreign investors who may buy this organization decide to deny the whole country fuel, Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do? So it is very, very important, Mr. Speaker, that as we go into this IPO, we are very careful. Also, Mr. Speaker, in a lot of these IPOs, if you look at the status of the country, people have no money. Kenyans are struggling to put food on the table. Who is going to participate, Mr. Speaker? It is going to be foreigners, and basically all we are doing is to give our strategic national assets, you know, to foreigners. So, Mr. Speaker, what about the guarantee that the employees of these organizations, because again, if you look at all these bills, these items are silent. Will they be guaranteed of their security? So I see this whole Kenya Pipeline session of paper and this again privatization bill just as another poor bidding by this House for the executive to pass the laws that will end up not being in the strategic interest and good of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support privatization, but I oppose this poorly scripted bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu. And let me apologize, I confused you with John Makali, Honorable John Makali. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you're not the first one to do it. At some point, I've actually suffered because of the two names. You know, we have Johnny Makali and we have Makali Mulu. And I remember when we were doing the finance bill, there was that confusion that Makali Mulu had voted yes for the finance bill. Basically because they saw the name Makali, they never bothered to check the second name. But there's no problem, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank you for this opportunity as I make my contribution to this important bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very important, and from where I sit, this bill should have actually been passed by this House many, many years ago. Why am I saying so? Honorable Speaker, this House and this country has passed many laws which allowed creation of some of these parastatals. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the number of parastatals we have in this country, they are actually very many. And basically, you would have three categories of parastatals. You will have some which are commercial in nature, and the expectation is they should be generating money for the government so that they create wealth for this country, they increase our revenue collection, and all what comes with wealth creation, Honorable Speaker. The second category is what I would call social parastatals, ones which serve social interests. Things like NHIF, things like NSSF, parastatals which you don't expect them to make any money, but are good for ensuring that socially they benefit Kenyans. And then the third category, Honorable Speaker, are what we call strategic parastatals. Parastatals which are there to serve the nation. They may not be making money for the country, but at the same time they are not serving social interests, Honorable Speaker. These are parastatals like what we have been saying always about Kenya Airways, where even though it is loss-making, but we continue supporting it as a country. And I would also categorize Kenya Pipeline into that, Honorable Speaker. Parastatals which are critical for the country, and more so for the security of the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, and without repeating what my colleagues have said, there are some clauses in this bill which are quite critical. And one of them is the Council of Public Participation, Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to revisit the issue of public participation, and more so, the one which is going to be initiated by Parliament, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans would expect Parliament to be very effective in carrying out public participation. And this is basically, Honorable Speaker, because this is the only assembly which represents Kenya, all corners of this country. And the expectation is that as a House, whatever we pass here should be for public interest, Honorable Speaker. So the issues raised by Omoro Atieno and Honorable Member Voteto, Honorable Speaker, are issues which you need to revisit. And when we go to the third reading of this bill, we must make sure that we get them right. The second important issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the principle of transparency and accountability in this bill, Honorable Speaker. This issue has really been discussed in this. And this is very important. This principle of transparency and accountability is very important, Honorable Speaker. Why am I saying so, Honorable Speaker? Because in the past, we have seen parastatals which have been privatized, but the people who benefit are the people who are buying the parastatals, and the public does not benefit in any way, because some of them have been given out or been sold out, Honorable Speaker, at very low prices, to an extent that even the investment cost is never recovered, Honorable Speaker. So I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a matter as a House. We must ensure that this principle of transparency, Honorable Speaker, we need to entrench that part so that whatever we are going to be in future to be privatizing, Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that it's done in an open way for the Kenyans to benefit. The third matter, Honorable Speaker, is this bill also becomes very important because of the duplication issues. Honorable Speaker, most of these parastatals are what I would call duplication laws. Laws have been duplicated, Honorable Speaker. And what is happening is we could achieve the same outcomes by either merging them or selling them off so that we get money to support our revenue as a country, but still achieve the same outcomes. So the fact that now we are getting this serious, Honorable Speaker, means that it would be easy to identify these parasites which are actually duplicating roles so that we either merge them. In that case, we'll be saving in terms of administrative cost, in terms of current cost, but at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve the same role. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, which is critical, and now this is where I want to revisit. When you look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I really need to beg that you listen to what I'll be saying after you go through the Mr. Mutunga, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because this is a matter of
Honorable Makali, what is out of order, Honorable Jerusha Mumanyi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand on a point of order 95 in view of what was communicated by the Speaker, that we have an adjournment motion at exactly 6, if the mover can be called to reply.
Just take back your seat. Honorable Makali Mulu, by way of practice, will conclude first. Then I'll remit your request to the House for decision. Honorable Makali Mulu, proceed.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, now it's unfortunate. The honorable members interfered with my flow of thoughts, but let me revisit. Now, what I was saying, Honorable Speaker, is I was saying, Honorable Speaker, and I really want the majority leader to listen to this. Honorable Speaker, we are discussing the Privatization Bill now. Just about 2 hours ago, we passed the privatization of the Kenya pipeline. The session of paper. How I wish we had done it the other way around. How I wish we had done it the other way around. Why am I saying that, Honorable Speaker? I'm saying this because, Honorable Speaker, when you look at this bill, it adds a lot of value to the process of privatization of public entities. And if it adds value to that process, Honorable Speaker, the country would have gained more by ensuring that we have this as a law, this bill is an act of Parliament, and then we subject this process to this act. I'm telling you, Kenyans will have benefited much. But now what has happened, Honorable Speaker, And this is what this is what I was saying, because this is the work of the House business, Honorable Speaker. And I've sat in the House business for the last 10 years. I know supplementary order papers are allowed, but Honorable Speaker, as a ranking member in this House, I would have expected such a grave matter as selling Kenya Pipeline to have been taken through a process which does not leave any doubt to Kenyans that there are any undercurrents in the process. We might not want to say it here, but Honorable Speaker, I thought I need to say that with all due respect to the process, that this thing called Kenya Pipeline, Honorable Speaker, I want to give you an example. Our people in Makueni, because of the spillover, we have a serious matter in one of the Makueni areas where our people lost lives, where our people continue to suffer serious diseases as a result of that. And as we are talking, Honorable Speaker, that matter was never resolved. So leaders from our region would have expected a situation whereby, even before we conclude that process, Honorable Speaker, that matter will have been discussed to the end, Honorable Speaker. And in that case, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Makali,
we will not disadvantage any Kenyan.
Honorable Makali, you may be right, but Parliament has made a decision on the matter.
I've seen it in the...
And that decision could be because of several, among others, that issue you are talking about. Yes, so I want to discourage us from, seeking to review a decision.
No, I know the decision has been made, Honorable Speaker.
By Parliament properly.
Honorable Speaker, I'm a ranking member just as you are, but I know what we say goes to record. I know that motion was passed by the House. It is history. But the good thing is I have a chance now to talk about, I'm talking on this matter as part of my contribution to the Privatization Bill, which actually touches on this matter.
Honorable Makali Mulu, you have done very well.
But Honorable Speaker, as I conclude.
The point I'm making, Honorable Makali,
yes,
is that it is wrong for members of Parliament to cast aspersions on the procedures Parliament is using to transact its business. This is not the first time the matter of privatization of that subject matter came before the floor. You remember even before recess, it was on the floor.
By the way, I remember...
And you know, Honorable Makali, that the House Business Committee, I don't know whether it is in the standing orders, but by practice meets around noon. So let us not, as members, be here to cast aspersions on matters Parliament has decided on.
Anyway, Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying, and I want to repeat again.
Yeah, conclude.
I want to repeat again, Honorable Speaker. I've been a member of the House business for 10 years. I'm not casting any aspersion, Honorable Speaker, to this committee, but what I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, as a country and as a House, Honorable Speaker, is the public knowledge that our trust out there as a House has gone very low.
So your time is up, Honorable No, Honorable Makali Mulu, you've not requested for time. If you did, I would have made a decision on it. Yeah, honorable members. Yes. Honorable members, the Honorable Jerusha Momanyi, standing at her place, moved that the mover be called to reply. I now put the question under standing order number 95, that the mover be called to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Yes, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So mover will reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you because...
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Kajuang, Honorable Nyikal, just order. You know, you remember I asked the question and paused to listen very carefully.
Yes.
I had two members, they were very loud, but really there were more. There were more members in terms of the ayes. So
Honorable Speaker, on a light note also,
yeah.
10 voices cannot compete with the Honorable TJ Kajwang's voice alone. And democracy is about numbers. Therefore, the ayes had it because there were more people saying ayes than Honorable Kajuang and Dr. Njikal. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank all the members who've contributed and just reply to some of the salient issues that have been raised, beginning with what Honorable Makali Mulu was raising on the need to have other privatization, modes of privatization or other ways of enhancing the efficiency of government or state-owned corporations. And indeed, it is true, and Honorable Makali Mulu has sat in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. He was indeed my member in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And many of the things that we dotted together as members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee that government needs to do is the issues that we are speaking to today, privatization through either IPOs or getting strategic investments, merging state corporations, and indeed I want to confirm to Honorable Makali Mulu, as he was saying, that there is also the drive and the move to merge some of our state-owned enterprises, those that duplicate functions, to enhance efficiency and save on public resources, and therefore, in direct answer to what an issue that Honorable Makali Mulu has raised, I can confirm that. On the other pertinent issue, Honorable Speaker, that has been raised on public participation, especially on the contributions by Honorable Otiende Amolo. And Honorable Speaker, you did very well in articulating what is already provided for in the Constitution. And Honorable Amolo was posing the question as to why are we specifically providing under this statute for the Cabinet Secretary in the National Treasury to carry out public participation. And indeed, in your guidance, you offered that answer, that the Constitution provides explicitly for public participation in legislative processes, and therefore we do not need to duplicate what is already provided for under the Constitution, but does not provide for mandatory public participation by the executive. And that is why under this bill, we are saying when it becomes an act of parliament, it will now be mandatory for the executive to carry out public participation. And I did say when I was moving that this bill seeks to address many of the issues that were raised by the court on issues to do with public participation, inclusivity, and I did state in moving that we are making sure that even stakeholders, all stakeholders involved in this process of privatization are involved in that process, and therefore the straight answer to Honorable Otiende Amolo on why we are explicitly providing for the executive to carry out public participation is to make sure that there is no lacuna in terms of ensuring there is inclusivity, that also we involve all the stakeholders, and therefore the executive is obligated to make sure that even before they bring that privatization program and process to Parliament, they have done their own public participation. Parliament, as is provided for by the Constitution, will, as a matter of constitutional obligations, carry out public participation. Does the 60 days the Honorable Otiende Amolo was speaking to constrain Parliament in terms of public participation? It does not. Because by tradition and even practice, ordinarily we do our public participation within 7 days, 7 to 14 days. I think the longest public participation that I have seen over the last 3 terms of Parliament that have been in this House is one that went on for about 28 days. But normally within 7 days, Parliament is able to conduct public participation even on critical bills like the Finance Bill where they go out of the country. They do it, even the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which Makali Mulu sits in. Within 7 to 10 days, they have finished public participation even outside where Parliament sits in Nairobi, in the counties. And therefore, the 60 days that are being provided for approval of this process by Parliament does not in any way constrain public participation, since we can do public participation. On the issue of tribunals under Section 53, Honorable Speaker, that you alluded to also yourself, as Honorable Otiende Amolo was contributing, it is true there is already a tribunals bill which is already under publication. And very soon
Majority Leader, there is an adjournment motion which was allowed.
6. Yes, let me conclude with
so
that.
the House was to adjourn at exactly 6 to go into that motion.
Sorry, I forgot to look at the time, Honorable
How
Speaker.
long will you...
2 minutes and I'm done.
Yes.
I was actually concluding on Section 53 on tribunals, saying that the publication of the tribunals bill is underway, and it will create a distinction between the quasi-judicial tribunals and the administrative tribunals, and this is such one tribunal that is not quasi-judicial, that will not need to go to the judiciary, is a more administrative tribunal that can be done under the executive, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I need not reply to the political issues that were being raised by some members. Honorable Wandeto spoke a lot on political issues that are not important in such an important matter as privatization, and therefore, I beg to ignore those political issues. They can be dealt with in other forums, like in funerals and weddings, not on the floor of Parliament, and therefore ignore those, and I therefore beg to reply. This is a very progressive bill, and it will offer us an opportunity to do what is right, what is good for the people of Kenya, to be able to raise revenues through other alternative means of raising revenue other than taxing Kenyans or going out to borrow. It's shocking, Honorable Speaker, that the people who shout out there that, oh, you should not borrow, you should not overtax Kenyans, today are the same people who say they oppose privatization. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, the fallacy of politics, and that's why I chose to ignore the Honorable Wandeto and others who are on political issues. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I've confirmed the House has quorum to transact business. And I therefore proceed to put the question that the privatization bill order Yes, so I put the question that the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a regulatory framework for the privatization of public
Next
entities,
order.
to establish the privatization authority and for connected purposes.
Honorable Kajuang, sit down. I make necessary consultations. Just sit. No, just sit. Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats. Are any members calling for division? Yeah, so just a minute, I consult. Just come. Honorable Kajuang, kindly approach the speaker. Sit down. Take your seat, Honorable Mawade. Take your seat. You see. Yeah, so Honorable Undo, take your seats, honorable members. Honorable Mawade, It is a disorderly conduct to raise a point of order incessantly. Yes, I want the next order called. It is the adjournment motion we are going to. Who is moving the adjournment motion? Yeah, the Honorable Naisula proceed. Honorable Mawade, approach the speaker in the meantime. Would you give Honorable Naisula Lesuda the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the alarming rise in cases of femicide and gender-based violence in the country. Honorable Speaker, in the recent months, there has been a disturbing surge in brutal killings and abuse of women and children. This worrying trend has been evidenced by several horrific incidents across the country. For example, in September 2025, a young woman in Narok County was abducted and assaulted by her relatives for allegedly going against the wishes of the family in relation to her choice of marriage
Honorable
partner.
members, the adjournment motion raises a very serious issue. Would I request that those who are consulting do so in lower tones?
Similarly, in July 2025, a 16-year-old secondary school student in Kakamega County was defiled by her teacher, highlighting the vulnerability of children within learning institutions. Alarmingly, cases of children being killed by close relatives have also been reported in the recent past. For instance, an 11-year-old child from Bomet County was killed by his father following a domestic disagreement, while in Tana River, 4 children were allegedly buried alive by their father as a form of punishment. Honorable Speaker, despite widespread advocacy against these heinous acts, the justice system, including the judiciary, the National Police Service, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, has failed in protecting victims and ensuring accountability. Specifically, there have been reports on mishandling of evidence on victims of gender-based violence, which has contributed to a culture of impunity where perpetrators act without fear of repercussions. There is therefore need for concerted efforts by all stakeholders, including the relevant government agencies, non-government organizations, and the civil society in supporting victims and raise awareness. Additionally, there is need to safeguard the right to education for children endangered by child marriages, which is a violation of human rights. Regrettably, the Directorate of Children's Services is yet to be established to establish offices in all constituencies, resulting in delays in monitoring incidences and safeguarding children from all forms of exploitation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view to exploring possible lasting solutions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Speaker for accepting this House to adjourn to discuss this national matter. And Mr. Speaker, I would even want to say that femicide and gender-based violence, at the rate that it is going on, it should be declared a national disaster, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be a country that sees its children, and you know it has been said that if you want to know how a country is or how leaders are, and leaders, it means everybody, because I'll explain who needs to be on the table on this matter, Mr. Speaker. It is how it treats its most vulnerable people, Mr. Speaker. And for me, children, women, they are very, very vulnerable in our society, Mr. Speaker. And how we treat this matter, Mr. Speaker, just like the gentlemen who are standing, consulting in loud voices in this House, Mr. Speaker, how they are taking this matter, Mr. Speaker, just tells you how serious this matter is being taken in this House, Mr. Speaker. And I would like you to protect me from the gentlemen here who are consulting in loud tones, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need your protection. I need the members to consult in low voices or they go out.
Order, members. These ranking members, order. We want to see and hear.
And it is a speaker
the
doing
honorable
that.
member in total silence on these important matters.
Yeah.
Thank you, honorable members, for dispersing. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your protection. It's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, as a nation, how are we treating our children? How are we treating our women, Mr. Speaker? And that doesn't also mean that there are no boys or men who are actually facing gender-based violence. Just as I said, the child who was killed in Bomet was actually a boy. And so this is why, and that is why it's also called gender. It is not just called female or women, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I know I only have probably 5 minutes, since it's an adjournment motion, I want to give the way forward. Because I cannot overemphasize what is going on in the country. In my own constituency, Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, a father killed 2 of his children and stabbed the wife. Right now, I'm dealing with a child who was raped by a doctor, a person who children go to and women go to. We have a case in my court of a doctor sedating children and raping them. Mr. Speaker, I am in a group called KEWOPA, Kenya Women KEWOPA Parliamentary Association. Every day, the women in this house share horrific stories of what is happening in their counties and constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'm also pushing that in this parliament, we need to have social, psychological support, and especially of the women who sit in this house, Mr. Speaker. Because it is the women in this house who every day have to deal with such matters. I see it, I feel them, I see what they are going through in their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And that leads me to a point, Mr. Speaker, I urge on my male colleagues that maybe the fact that every time there is an issue of femicide and gender-based violence, even in the country, the first question that everybody asks is, where are the women leaders? What are the women leaders doing? This is a national issue for all of us. My male colleagues, I call upon you, please speak up, please stand up for the women and even the boys who are being molested, who are being killed, and even the girls. Because you're the leaders, even of our families. Your voices will be heard. Because maybe people are also tired of the women crying every day and the women talking. And so I urge my male colleagues to also stand up to be counted. The girls, the women, Mr. Speaker, for a long time, we've been pushing issues of early marriages, issues of FGM, and it is the women of this country who have been doing it. In civil society, in parliament, in the church, in schools, it is the women who have been doing it, Mr. Speaker. And that is why in some places we have made progress. That is why in a constituency like mine, they can now elect a girl or a woman. We have made progress. Now, we are being told the girls have gone ahead. Oh, you women, why are you forgetting the boys? So, you men, uncles, fathers, also come and talk to the boys. Because there are things I will not know how to talk to the boys about. I don't know about wet dreams. I don't know about I don't know. But I know about menstruation. I can talk to my girls about it. I know a number of things. Please stand up and also talk to our boys. Be strong father figures. And let us raise our children collectively as it was in the past. We've become so individualistic and capitalistic as a country that everybody just thinks about themselves, their families, in nuclear. And I can see already my time is about to end. So I'll now say what I think needs to be done, because a lot has to be done. It has to start at the family level, that the family has to stop protecting perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide. It has to start at the police stations. When these children come to report, one of my police officers asked the mother of a child who came to report, Mr. Speaker, please give me just 3 minutes. Because I'm giving the
member, you really need to summarize.
I'm summarizing the way forward.
Order, honorable member.
Thank you.
This is your own motion, and remember you are supported overwhelmingly, and members are here to support you. Proceed.
Thank you. The policeman and a woman laughed at that girl and told her, how is that a child? She looks over 18.
Very well. Okay, let's give you 1 minute. Remember, it's your own motion. Members want to speak on it.
So quickly, police, quickly, ODPP, quickly, judiciary. Consequences. There has to be penalties, serious ones. And by the way, also I realized we have a register of offenders who have been jailed. Please put it public. Let everybody know who are these offenders, so that we know them, so that my girls cannot date people who are rapists, who are defilers. And so the justice system has to work in this country. It doesn't matter how many advocacy meetings we will have, how many times we will talk in this house. There has to be consequences for killing, for raping. There has to be very serious consequences. And if the ODPP, if the police, if a judicial officer messes again with any case or interferes, they will know that as a people we are angry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, being an adjournment motion, I know the standing orders give us 5 minutes, so I'll try to be brief. One is to congratulate Honorable Naisula Lesuda for this motion. Mr. Speaker, if you looked at the numbers that stood up to support this motion and you compare with the numbers now, you'll see that sometimes we don't walk the talk, Mr. Speaker, because this is a matter that is actually hurting our country. Mr. Speaker, there is no pain. We have 5 minutes. Please don't take my time. So kindly, the microphone. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue, we cannot even say it's a matter of legal framework, because the Constitution itself, Constitution 2010, speaks about the rights that are enjoyed by every human being, including children, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there's a whole chapter, Article 43, that talks about the rights of children. And we also have the rights, non-discrimination, the principles that we apply in governance. The Constitution is very elaborate about it. Mr. Speaker, we have very many laws that actually speak to this issue. The Sexual Offences Act, 2006, the Prohibition of FGM Act, 2011, the Children Act, 2016, the Victim Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, we don't have a shortage of law or legal framework, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing more and more daring and glaring sexual offenses against children. We are seeing physical attacks on women and on children. And, Mr. Speaker, the data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is very damning, because 40% of women aged 15 to 49 have experienced some sort of physical violence since age 15. Mr. Speaker, this abuse is not just physical. It's not about hitting. It is not about killing. It is about sexual violence. It is about emotional violence. It is about economic violence. It is about harmful practices, including FGM. It is also, Mr. Speaker, including online GBV, which includes cyber stalking, harassment, and non-consensual sharing of intimate images and videos. Mr. Speaker, even us as women here in this house, Mr. Speaker, I know so many that have gone through it. Blackmail through a partner who has been intimate with you. Mr. Speaker, if we can have women today being paraded in political rallies, like turn around, let us see you behind. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, it is unfortunate, and this is a form of sexual harassment. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick one case, and I know every member in this country has a story on SGBV, has a story on children. Mr. Speaker, we are just speaking about a case in Kangema, some place called Kanorero. A woman murdered 2 children.
that are born by her, Mr. Speaker, to punish the husband. We have had children who are killed in 2023, September 12. I still remember, Mr. Speaker, a girl from my constituency called Jasmine Joki in Kasambara was gang raped, Mr. Speaker, and was murdered. A 12-year-old coming from school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this case was not sorted. I asked that question on this floor for over 3-4 times, Mr. Speaker, to get a response. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that we are dealing with and that we must do better is the issue of evidence collection. Mr. Speaker, any SGBV or sexual offense case, when it is mishandled at the source, then we cannot remedy it at the courts or the judiciary system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when that girl was raped in my constituency or defiled, the DNA that was collected to help to nail these culprits and these pedophiles, Mr. Speaker, has to be taken to Kisumu for analysis. Mr. Speaker, tell me why we do not have in every county today a DNA diagnostic center as it is, Mr. Speaker. We must walk the talk. The Ministry of Interior must do better. Let us have KEMRI offices in every county. Whenever we need to collaborate DNA, Mr. Speaker, it is done. Because what happens in these cases, Mr. Speaker, when you arrest these people and they are not charged in court or they are charged and released on bail, Mr. Speaker, they go back to the villages and they tell them, what are you going to do? So can we walk the talk as legislators and as leaders, as parents, Mr. Speaker, to actually protect our children and the vulnerable in our community? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Reda Obo.
Asante Bwana Spika, nami kunipatia hii nafasi nami nichangie. Pia namshukuru, nataka nimpongeze Mheshimiwa Nesula Lesuda kuleta huu mjadala. Kwa hakika ni ukatili kuua kiumbe chochote. Lakini ni ukatili zaidi kumuua mwanamke. Maana saa nyingine hawezi kujitetea au yule mtoto kumuua ni ukatili zaidi. Lakini kabla sijaendelea kuzungumza, nataka nirekebishe hapa kwamba imezungumzwa Tana River, kile kisanga ambacho inatembea kwa mitandao, lakini nimehakikisha nimepiga Tana River, nimempigia women rep wa Tana River, amenihakikishia si kwao. Hata kwa hiyo Keopa nimetuma hiyo video, huyo mama akisema ilikuwa akifanya tu mzaha. Lakini mzaha huo wa maisha, kuchukua watoto kuweka ndani kwa mashimo, hakuna mzaha huo. Kwa hivyo si Tana River, nataka niwahakikishie si Tana River. Lakini kokote kule duniani ambaye mtu alifanya kisa kama kile, si sawa alivyofanya. Wanawake hapa Kenya wakipata haya masaibu, kwangu Lamu Mashariki inakuwa ni shida zaidi pale eneo na wakilisha. Kwa sababu kwa changamoto za usafiri inasababisha shida hizi zikawa mara 10 ya yule mtu wa Nairobi anapata. Kwa mfano nitoe mfano pale Basuba, wodi ya Basuba. Pahali parahisi mtoto akinajisiwa, pale anafaa kulingana na zile kituo cha polisi anafaa kufika kulingana na maeneo yake ni Kiunga. Lakini inakuwa kwake ni rahisi aende apitie Hindi, apitie Mokoe, aende paka Lamu, afike Lamu ndio ashtaki. Saa nyingine gharama inakuwa kama 7,500 kuchukua pikipiki kutoka Mangai upitie paka Hindi uende huko, ambapo anaenda sub county headquarter. Lakini ilikuwa naende Kiunga, lakini kufika Kiunga ni karibu kufika ni karibu, lakini kwa sababu ya usalama au changamoto zingine hawezi fika pale. Sasa unaona mambo mengi yanafanyika, lakini inanyamaziwa chini kwa sababu anaona mimi nimeathirika hivi, kisha tena nitumie 7,500, kisha niende thibitisho ya kuonesha imeshapotea. Yani inakuwa changamoto zaidi. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa naomba sisi hapa, mimi nimeenda paka kwa IG kwamba hii gender based desk iboreshwe. Naomba hapa sisi kina mama tuanzishe sheria ya kuhakikisha kuiweka nguvu ile gender based desk. Kila kituo kuweko na hiyo, na pale ambapo hakuna vituo tutafute mbinu zingine zaidi za kusaidiana. Maana majanga haya yamekuwa ni mingi, mengine yanasikitisha, mengine tunaweza kuyashughulikia, mengine hatuwezi kushughulikia. Na mengine paka viongozi saa nyingine ukisema unaambiwa wewe wanakutishia kwa sababu ni kura sisi tunatafuta. Wanakuambia unaingilia hii kesi na wajua nani yako ndani. So paka viongozi saa nyingine wanachukua hizo nafasi yao ya uongozi wakanajisi au wakatumia wale wanafunzi vibaya. Kwa hivyo hili tatizo liko na ni ukatili, na sehemu zingine zinakuwa na matatizo zaidi. Pia mimi ningeomba sisi kama kina mama au sisi wabunge tulioko hapa bunge, kama tunaweza pia kuipatia nguvu ile, kuna sijui inaitwaje kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, ile toll number ile 1195. Kuna namba ambayo ni ukipiga unapata msaada. Saa nyingine tunapiga ukajieleza kwamba nimepata shida fulani, watakupa mawazo lipi la kufanya. Mimi ningeomba kama serikali inaweza ihakikishe imepatia nguvu sana, wapatie kama hata ni mandege, ikue kama ni kitengo kimepangwa cha kuwafikia wale waathiriwa kwa haraka, ingelikuwa vizuri sana. Hiyo 1195 inafanya kazi mzuri lakini haina nguvu hivyo. Ingepewa nguvu zaidi ikafikia wale wahalifu haraka, tungeweza kusonga mbele. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Honorable Leah Sankaire, the Chair Kiwopa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion and thank my sister, Honorable Naisola, for bringing up the motion. The issue of GBV and femicide has become not only a women issue, but it has become a national issue. It's an issue that needs our holistic approach in dealing with it, because it has become a disaster in our country. Honorable Speaker, it is worrying to hear of the numbers of the reported cases of femicide and gender-based violence. And I can say that even in the reporting, those are just reported cases, because we have thousands and thousands of unreported cases back at our homes and constituencies of gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Speaker, it is becoming worrying and it's becoming threatening to wake up every day, and especially for the women leaders. Every single morning when you wake up, the first call you receive is of a woman or a girl or a boy that has undergone gender-based violence or has undergone femicide. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming a worrying trend in this country. Women's, children, and everyone's life, especially women and children, are in danger. You don't know who is next. Mr. Speaker, in the last 1 month, I have had to deal with about 4 or 5 cases in my county, which is very unfortunate. One of the cases was a woman who was working in Kiserian town, left her workplace at around 7 p.m., and the following morning, she was found dead in her house, and actually her house half burned. Mr. Speaker, when we were addressing that issue, the following week, another woman also working in Kiserian Market was also found dead in her house. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming unbearable. It is becoming unbearable, and it is wrong that women's lives, the lives of women and our children are in danger. And we need to do something, and we actually need to look into this issue, not just as a women issue, but as a holistic issue. Because where we're heading to as a country, it's becoming a national disaster. I think we should just announce as a national disaster so it can get the attention that it so requires, and actually get the attention that it requires, because it requires a lot of attention. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that we're actually coming across when facing these cases is that each and every case in Kenya is actually bailable. You find a culprit that has been held in custody, But each and every, even the one that is actually being suspected of murder is given bail and goes out again to continue doing the things that they do. Those are the things that we need to change in this house to make sure that a perpetrator suspected of murder cannot be given bail or bond to get out and continue with the acts. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming also it's so difficult, especially when we do not have DNA diagnostic centers in every constituency or in every county. And so most of these cases go unreported, and sometimes when you report them, they have to travel for kilometers away to go and look for a diagnostic center. Mr. Speaker, I think it's an issue that needs urgent attention. It's an issue that calls for national attention. It's an issue that calls for our judiciary, our police, our leaders, and everyone in this country to start speaking about GBV and look for ways to curb this thing because it's becoming unbearable. Honorable Speaker, we are also requesting that the gender desks be moved from the police station to hospitals, because most of these cases, when they go to report at the police stations, you find that you have to go to the police station, back and forth to the hospital again and back to the police station. We request that this gender desk be moved to the hospitals so that it becomes easy for the victims to report and actually be treated at the same time. And so, Mr. Speaker, these are the things that you are calling for reforms and you are calling to be looked into so that these victims don't go to the police station, report, and again go to the hospital where they walk for long distances and even evidence is lost on the way. These are the things that you are calling for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also...
Mike. The Honorable Eve Obara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And at onset, I support the motion and also thank the mover, Honorable Lesuda, for bringing this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, on the wall of Kewopa, just Kewopa, we have seen cases after cases of women who are either killed or other assaulted, children who are assaulted in various areas. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen harrowing stories across the nation of women and men who have been killed by people who are expected to protect them. Mr. Speaker, recently, there was a case in Busia where a lady was stabbed severally by her husband and killed in the full view of her child. Mr. Speaker, the husband went further to rape the house girl in the full view of the child again. So you can imagine, you don't even want to imagine what that child is going through at this moment. This is not the only case, Mr. Speaker. We've had cases of women thrown down balconies by men they met through social media. Some of them they are known, some of them they didn't know. And this has been going on for a long, long time, Mr. Speaker. And we have to speak up as women that this matter be addressed seriously by this nation. Mr. Speaker, I support my colleagues that we should have gender-based desks in each and every sub-county, and preferably to be manned by a lady, for the simple reason that women, by nature, are emotionally prepared sometimes to handle some of this or have sympathy to people who have been affected. Mr. Speaker, I come from a rural constituency. Mr. Speaker, we've also had cases of women being killed by men who have inherited them. Mr. Speaker, in one of my forums in the constituency, I asked that the chiefs or the SECs within the communities should insist on certificates of good conduct from some of these men who just appear from nowhere and they start living within the community. That there must be a certificate and they must say where they've come from, because some of them are even murderers You remember the case of that lady from in Isili who was killed. Mr. Speaker, I remember the driver had come from Ethiopia and he had killed before coming to Kenya. And when he came to Kenya, he now camouflaged his background to be having been in the army. He was a good man. He was doing all these good things to the family of this lady. What did he do in the end? He killed her. So we must be vigilant as a community, as Kenyans, to make sure that these people who come within our communities must be reported. And if you know somebody who has done that, I'm asking all our people in the communities to make sure that they report them. Mr. Speaker, we should not forget that the border riders, I believe that they are our first line of security, because these people are the ones who know who has come to the community. Is this a visitor? They know all those things, so I believe the police should work very closely with the border riders to be able to root out or to remove these characters from society. Thank you very much. Once again, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Timothy Torotich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important subject. From the Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Lisuda for being such a pragmatic leader in this country, to be able to bring such a motion to address this pertinent matter. Honorable Speaker, however, in this country, many people misuse or misinterpret the term gender to mean women. Even in the drafting of our constitution, the way the drafter's mind was to interpret gender to mean women. But be that as it may, Honorable Speaker, the gender that has suffered in this country, insofar as violence is concerned, is the female gender. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we, as a male or as a man in this country, I wish to condemn femicide and gender-based violence in the strongest terms possible. Honorable Speaker, however, if you look at our Constitution, in particular Article 29 and Article 53, this issue has a foundation in our Constitution. For the avoidance of doubt, Honorable Speaker, Article 29C says that every person has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes the right not to be subjected to any form of violence. That is Article 29. Honorable Speaker, Article 53 also says that every child has a right to be protected from abuse, neglect, harmful cultural practices, all forms of violence, inhuman treatment, and punishment. Honorable Speaker, therefore, my issue, and I wish to inform my Honorable Lisuda, we have enough legal framework in this country to protect those who are vulnerable. We have our Constitution, we have the Sexual Offences Act, we have the Anti-FGM Act, we have the Children's Act, and so many other enabling legislations in this country. The problem is the implementation. Our implementing agencies are sleeping on the job. When a matter is reported before a police station, when a matter is taken to court, what happens thereafter? So, Honorable Speaker, the problem are the implementing agencies in this country. We have a sufficient legal and institutional framework in this country to address this issue. Honorable Speaker, however, as a House, we must stand up and call out those agencies that do not apply the law effectively, that do not enforce the law appropriately, so that they can be called out and action be taken against those who are not enforcing the law appropriately. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this motion and to thank the Honorable Naisula Lisuda for indeed bringing in a topic at a time when we are facing a lot of challenges, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just this weekend, Purity Momanyi in Kawangware was really, really battered by the husband. And these were reasons because of economic stress, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, this issue of femicide has now, you find that it is so normalized because it's always victim blaming. And you find that it is very difficult sometimes even to face and wonder, what do you do? Because when you go to court, you, like now, I know Purity is in court, it will take a while for her to just find justice in that. So, Speaker, the other thing that you face in the whole issues of gender-based violence is intimate partner violence. And this is the intimate partner relationship, which is very common and a very tough sight when you look at partners, how they are living. It even goes beyond our age, gender and age dynamics are also part of the biggest challenges that we face. But more importantly, the numerous challenges we face now is when now you find the victim and the perpetrator. They are families, they are living together. You'd wish to indeed try and get a solution for them. But because of our cultural norms, again, you find those are barriers that are facing a lot of women in this country. I mean, I looked at the video for Our Lady in Narok. Very serious cultural barriers. But you look at the whole scenario, you find there's a lot to be dealt with, as much as you are moving to see how do we get solutions. And so even as we appreciate, and I want to thank the President, because the President was able to give each woman in this August House resources, Mr. Speaker, to go out there just to create awareness. But I want to also say this. As much as we've created that awareness, you've met people, trust me, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot to be done. A lot to be done. And it is important for us to know that as much...
Honorable Archie, did you say
there
are resources for awareness?
Well, I wouldn't say there are resources. Well, there are, yes, resources for awareness that were given by government, not the President himself. He was part of those who were advocating that government should see how to support him. And they supported as government. I was just appreciating because he was the advocacy person number one to ensure that those resources have come. But it was from government coffers, not from the President himself and not the President giving. But having said that, and it is one thing that you have seen all women going around, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we just first create awareness for people to understand the magnitude of this. And this came in when every day you would watch media, the only first statement you'll see is a girl from the university killed in Nakuru, killed in Nairobi, killed in Baringo, killed. I mean, no county today can stand and tall and say they have not seen femicide in their counties. And so we need to go back and ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, what is this that we have lost from the African context that we had? And so as I support Mr. Speaker, I just want to appreciate and say the police still needs a lot of capacity and strengthening. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Jerusalem Momanyi, you can make it brief so that many members speak to it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this chance also so that I can also support this motion, as I appreciate Honorable Naisura for bringing this very, very important motion. For sure, as women members or as women leaders, there is no single day when we have not received reports of gender-based violence in our constituencies, in our counties, and every day we see reports, we hear reports, And most people who are affected are the young girls, the young ladies and the young mothers. This has been sometimes because of the hard economic times that we have. And of course, when we go deeper, we have come to understand that there is something which is going on wrong within our communities. Because life is sacred. And even in our culture, whoever could take life, that person was to be segregated. But, Mr. Speaker, these days, a person kills, is taken to the courts, and within a short time, you find that person has come out and walking around and does not care. So we are perplexed, Mr. Speaker, that the gender-based violence and the rate at which it is growing, it is so alarming that as Kenyans, we have to ask ourselves, where did our values go? What is going on? Like in my county, 2 weeks ago, we buried 4 people of the same family because a boy and a girl who had married and maybe had suspected that they were not staying well, tried to depart. That made that young man to take the life of the young girl and then take the lives of both the parents and the child of that young man. That means with the level at which the femicide has grown is too high, that as a government and as a country, we need to ask ourselves and then come back and look for solutions. For example, our president, of course, had given a go-ahead from Treasury, and we got some money, which made us to go out and do campaigns, but the campaigns were not enough. We have agencies which are supposed to make sure that the law which protects life, the law which is supposed to make sure that each person is protected, that these agencies are not actually doing their job properly. We don't know whether it's because they lack money or what they are lacking. But we want to ask, as a parliament today, that we all rise up and know that these things are giving the Kenyan government a very bad name out there. Because every day in our news, we must get information that a girl has been raped, her man has killed the husband, and this is going on, and every day we are getting news which is very sad news. That's not the news that we need as Kenyans. We need to rise up and make sure that the gender-based violence, the femicide which is increasing, has got a solution so that we can take care of the lives of our people. Thank you, and I support this.
The Honorable Fatma Masito, and because of the overwhelming interest, it's 3 minutes. Proceed.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Nami niunge mkono hoja ambayo imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Naisula Lesuda. Kwa kusema ukweli, Mheshimiwa Naisula, wewe ni shujaa. Hili jambo la ubakaji, ulawiti na mauaji ya wanawake limegonga vichwa vya habari, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa hivi sijui ni shetani gani ameingia binadamu, mtu anaweza kuua mke wake. Kitu ambacho tulikuwa tunajua mwanamke ni mtu ambaye mume wake amemthamini sana na yeye ni chombo cha yeye kupata starehe. Mwanamke inasemekana katika Qur'ani takatifu ni mtu ambaye analeta amani ndani ya nyumba. Mwanamume akiwa na mwanamke, mwanamke analeta furaha ndani ya nyumba yako. Wewe unatoka nje, ukija kutoka kazini, ukija kutoka mahali popote umetoka, ukiingia ndani ya nyumba, ni matumaini makuu Qur'ani inasema unapata utulivu ndani ya nyumba yako. Lakini tunashangaa sasa hivi ulimwengu mahali umefika, na hususan katika taifa letu la Kenya, mwanamume anaweza kuua mke wake. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kuhuzunisha sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia swala la ubakaji na ulawiti ambao umekita mizizi katika taifa letu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunashindwa wanawake waliojaa katika hili taifa ambao wako tayari kupeana huduma. Lakini mwanamume anakwenda kuchukua mtoto mdogo, mtoto wa chini ya mwaka mmoja, mtoto wa miaka 5, mtoto wa miaka 12 ambaye hata hajui ile starehe iko wapi, lakini yeye amepata mahali pa kufanya starehe. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema swala hili sisi kama wanawake na wanaume ambao tuko katika bunge hili ambao ni viongozi, tunalilani vikali swala hili la mambo ya ubakaji na ulawiti na mauaji ya wanawake. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kusema ukweli, sheria ziko tu nyingi sana katika taifa hili. Tukiangalia sheria yetu ya mwaka 2020 ina sura nzima ya kuzungumzia haki za binadamu, haki za kuishi, haki za watoto, lakini bado watu wanapuzilia mbali. Mahakama bado pia haitilii nguvu swala hili. Tuna sheria ya watoto ambayo tunaita Children's Act, tuna FGM Act. Hizi zote ni sheria ambazo zinaweza kutulinda sisi kama wanawake, sisi na watoto wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Waswahili wanasema uchungu wa mwana ujuae ni mzazi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikizungumza hivi nasikia ule uchungu kama mzazi nikiona vitendo kama hivi vinafanyika. Nina vilani vikali vitendo hivi, na ninasema serikali yetu ya Kenya tukiongozwa na rais wetu ambaye najua analizungumzia sana sala hili, na mpaka alifika wakati akasema nitawezesha wanawake katika bunge hili kuweza kupigana na swala hili, kuweza kulizungumzia nyanjani swala hili. Pia nasema mahakama, shikeni nafasi yenu. Serikali, mapolisi, shikeni nafasi hii. Pindi masuala haya yanapoletwa mbele zenu, jifikirieni nyinyi kama wazazi. Jione wewe kama polisi, ingekuwa ni mtoto wako amefanywa vile ungesikiaje? Angekuwa ni mke wako ameuawa ungesikiaje? Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimeona kisa cha mwanamke ameuawa na mume wake.
The Honorable Sabina Chege. Interest ni kubwa sana, wacha tumsikize Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want also to congratulate my sister, Honorable Suda, for bringing up this motion. Mr. Speaker, as we speak about gender-based violence, as somebody has said, this affects both women and men. And Mr. Speaker, just last week, a lady woke up in the morning and she suspected that her husband was having an affair with another lady. She took her 3 children, stabbed them. 2 of them succumbed, Mr. Speaker, and 1 is still fighting for the life in the hospital. And she also was trying to take away her life. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, as we say what the law should do, as we also emphasize that we must have these desks at the police center, whether it's male or female police officer manning this desk, the most important thing is for them to be trained on being human. Because we know there are also some female police women who might not have the empathy to handle these victims. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I feel that we need to really have every district hospital to have a proper mental health facility. Mr. Speaker, initially when we were growing up, when we spoke about mental health, people thought it's that somebody who was mad, somebody who is in the streets or at the marketplace, or somebody who looked untidy and shaggy, and that the person ought to be suffering from mental illness. But Mr. Speaker, due to pressures of life, due to many things that people are facing, some have lost jobs, some have issues in life, it can be even family breaking. Some of them are not able to manage themselves, Mr. Speaker, and somebody suffers silently with mental health. And we find that a man would wake up one day and cut into pieces or chop into pieces the wife. Or a woman would wake up one day and kill all her children. Mr. Speaker, we have seen bodies of women being seen in the rivers, and this has also happened in my county once again. We have seen elderly women being raped, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say, As we look at the laws, let us also look how we can be able to assist and help in mental health, and especially that attention to be emphasized that every level 5 hospital must have a properly well-facilitated department so that we can help our citizens. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Florence Simatia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank Honorable Naisula for this very important motion before us. And I must say it's very timely. As most members have spoken before me, I want to also reiterate that it is high time for this country to sit down and call a very important conversation on this GBV and domestic violence matter. If you look at the occurrences of the day, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it gives me an imagination that I think we are living in a society where men have stopped being in charge. I am a pastoralist, and many of the times we used to listen to what our fathers and men like uncles give direction in many ways. And if you talk about FGM, for instance, early marriages, like the one that occurred in Narok, this was done by young men forcing a girl. I mean, it is now looking like men are the consumers of these incidences. For a small girl to be raped by a man. For a forceful marriage, to be married by a man. A cat girl to be married by a man. It's all when men in the society are not up to the task. This is what most of the time we realize, and the occurrences are happening today is because we are calling upon men to be in charge and help love their counterparts, which are women in the society. Women are becoming victims every day, and it's because how you treat your wife or your daughter. Unfortunately, men, or fortunately enough again, men love their daughters when they are very young. Their attachment with their fathers is so much that you wonder what really happens when they grow up. And to the extent that now they can easily, like in the house, you realize we are almost speaking to ourselves as women, but we always know men love girls as their daughters. This should reflect in everyday activities, and they should also help us in the campaign. We probably not necessarily need to see women on the campaigns calling for stop of GBV. We should also see men, taking microphones and telling the society that it is high time this thing should stop. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I want to also say I am supporting taking the responsibility of every district hospital, every level 4 or county hospital to have this desk, that instead of a victim going.
So where are the men? The Honorable Rashid Bedzimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa na mimi kuweza kuchangia mswada huu na kupenyeza sauti yangu ya kukemea na kulani unyanyasaji wa kijinsia. Na hili swala si swala la wanawake peke yake, kwa sababu hili ni swala letu sisi sote kama taifa, kwa sababu hii ni janga la kitaifa. Na wale wanaochukua hatua ama kuchukua sheria mikononi mwao kufanya ukatili dhidi ya wanawake, wale ni wahalifu. Wako wanaume ambao wanaishi na wanawake kwa kipindi kirefu. Mimi mwenyewe Mheshimiwa Spika nimeoa sasa nafikiri ni miaka 40, niko na mke wangu na tunaishi, tumezaa watoto wake kwa waume. Kwa hivyo wale wanaofanya jambo kama hilo, wale wenyewe ni mashetani na ni wahalifu na wanatosha kupelekwa katika vyombo vya kisheria. Na pia vile vile hii matatizo ya unyanyasaji hauko tu kwa watoto wa kike, hata watoto wa kiume hivi sasa wadogo wanakuwa wanalawitiwa kwenye sehemu ambazo wanaaminika kwamba pale wako salama, lakini pia hawako salama. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo ambalo ni janga la kitaifa. Hata saizi ukiangalia runinga zetu za kitaifa, habari kila siku lazima kuna tatizo la mauaji, liko matatizo ya ubakaji, iko tatizo, wengine ni watu ambao wa karibu sana ambao huwezi kuamini kwamba unaweza kumtenganisha na watoto wako ama na ndugu. Hilo ni jambo la makosa sana. Kama kuna wakati ambao vijana ama kaka wanampiga dada kwa sababu wanamlazimisha aolewe na mtu asiyokuwa hana mapenzi naye, hiyo ni hatari kubwa. Unaweza kuwa unafanya suluhisho la karibu, lakini hatari kubwa huko mbele na ukwenda, alafu inakuja matokeo ya mtu kuuawa. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema kwamba serikali inatakiwa kuweka sheria kali kwamba mtu yoyote ambaye atafanya jambo hili au atawekwa kizuizini na hatapewa dhamana, bora kuwe na uhakika kwamba lile jambo yule mtu amelithibitisha, ili kuwe na ulinzi, kwa sababu vizazi vyetu sasa vinakuwa na hofu. Wanakuwa hamuamini mjomba, hamuamini mshangazi, hamuamini jirani, wakiangalia habari ni hofu. Na hizi inakwenda katika mataifa tofauti ya nje, wanaoangalia habari zetu wanaona kama sisi hatujastaarabika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasimama kulani kitendo hichi na kusema hao ni mashetani, wanatosha kuwekwa kizuizini. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Lilian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this motion by Honorable Lesuda. I also stand to say that I condemn the act, and I know we've been condemning and will keep on condemning. But as much as we are condemning the act, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we will find the solution to this problem, not unless we change the policies. The time that we accepted that rape case and murder case be bailable is the day that we spoiled the entire thing. Mr. Speaker, we have seen people kill and they come back home and they mingle with people. We bury the victims and this person is still there and he continues and even threatens and even commits more other offenses. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a high time that we change our constitution and ban anybody who has killed or raped just be imprisoned to death. And I think we would have saved this country, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking like this because we have a case in Trans Nzoia County, a constituency called Saboti. In 1 month, we lost 2 girls. One 4 years who was raped, defiled, and murdered. Then another one who is 7 years, she was raped and murdered at the same time. And again, when we arrested the suspect, that we are not so sure if he's the victim or not, I don't know who went ahead again and took the child of that suspect. The child, who is 7 years, a boy, was murdered and his private parts cut and thrown apart. So, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the cases of, we can't even say femicide only. Right now, it's like it is I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it is a cult, but something is wrong. People are being killed. On daily basis, we hear everywhere here, children have been killed, women are being killed, our girls are being killed. And I think the best thing to this problem is to come up with a new policy to ensure that the victims are jailed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Honorable Kibet Kimingo in the House? And then let's have, yes, Toto is there? Yes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to also rise and support this particular motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my sister, Honorable Lesuda, for this particular motion. For sure, for the first few months, we have been able to witness so many cases of femicide, defilement cases, and the GBV. Just to put across some example, in my county, there is one lady. She was teaching in Kamurito High School. She was killed by her husband, and up to now, the family have never gotten the justice. Just last week, in the same sub-county, in Rongen and Manaret ward, there is one boy by the name Emmanuel Kimutai. He was killed by his father, and we say, may his soul continue resting in peace. We have so many cases, Mr. Speaker. We also have a lady from Bomet East. She was teaching, she was an ECT teacher. She was also killed. We have another one called Evelyn Ruto, and so many, Mr. Speaker. Because of time, We want to say we really condemn this act with the strongest term possible. And as I conclude, I really want to urge the government through the Ministry of Gender to build equipped rescue centers in each and every county so that we reduce these cases, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and I support.
What is it, the Honorable Chamatia?
Mr. Speaker, according to Standing Order number 35, Mr. Speaker, I am restricted by members. Maybe I can seek for your guidance before, but I would really wanted.
You know, once you pronounce 35, you must proceed. Those are the standing orders.
Time after chair taken, the House is in the committee, I realized, Mr. Speaker, that we don't have enough quorum to take most of the procedures in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Sergeant at Arms ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Honorable members, once quorum is pronounced, once 35 is pronounced, then the Speaker must rise to the occasion and check out if there's quorum. And indeed, I confirm there's no quorum, and therefore ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, no member can get out of the House now, so proceed. A member rose from his place to alert the Speaker there was no quorum in the House, and indeed I've confirmed there was no quorum, and even after ringing the bell for quorum bell for 10 minutes, I still confirm there's no quorum. And therefore, honorable members, let's be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being 7:20 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 2nd October 2025 at 2:30 p.m.